Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, December the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A quick sound check. Sure. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Now, before we get rolling here, guys, Sigma, who took advantage of that? Now, I know that a lot of you, including myself, shorted this one right in this area here. I hope you didn't wander away from your computer. Look what happened to Sigma. This was right as just after I closed the room. This is the 315 candle. And I had already covered my short, and then all of a sudden I watched this action. I ended up, once it took out the high of the day, which was just over 13, I just remember I was telling you guys, maybe keep an eye on this one in the 3 to 4 slot, and then after hours, look what happened. So I ended up actually taking this one just over 13, rode it. I got rid of most of it in the 1730 mark. Decided to hold some just in case it did something really insane this morning. It didn't, so I got out right, I think it was around 1650 or so. And now, I mean, it's still up. Well, actually, it's only up a penny. But remember, look at the run it had right at the end. So it could be interesting. I have an alert set up here for the the high of Friday after hours, just to see if it takes it out later. Well, this was initiated during market hours for me, William. So anyway, fantastic. I mean, that was just unbelievable. 3.3 million in the float, so that is why that happens. But there is other stuff happening. Arna is a buyout. Arna is a buyout by Eli Lilly, $100 buyout. So let's see if it starts to move towards that price. I don't know if it's a all cash or stock and cash. Yeah, FHTX on the move here. FHTX. Okay, so I'm wrong. Okay, Arna was a $100 buyout by Pfizer. I'm wrong. That was by Pfizer. It's FHTX. It's not a buyout, but Eli Lilly, LLY, has got some kind of an investment in them. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. In fact, now I'm getting the big news. $1.5 billion cancer pack with Eli Lilly. At the beginning, when I first saw it, I just saw an investment by Eli Lilly. Now we see a price tag. Equity investment of Lilly of $80 million at $20 a share. So, wow, this is a big deal for this company. Not an all-time high. I think this was maybe a SPAC before, maybe not. Hard to tell. $28, 50% of its lifetime range. HOG, HOG, Harley Davidson, gapping up over the 200-day moving average. Why? Because they're going to split off their EV division into an IPO, probably a SPAC, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, they want to split off their EV. ESSC, this has been an active one. I don't see any specific news for it yet. ESSC, nice gap up. It is a SPAC still. Yeah, it is still a SPAC. Can't remember who they're looking at buying. Extension. So that is going to be a SPAC, Eric, regarding HOG. Okay. That's what I thought, but SLDP gapping down. SLDP. And I'm trying to find a specific reason for it. I don't see a specific reason for it. This could be an interesting one. I think this is getting close to an all-time low, maybe IGMS, 15%. Anyway, this is a big gap down. Reaction to their data obviously is negative. Not that much volume yet. That's the only issue, of course. Not that much volume yet. So this is it. Announce the results. This is phase one. Well, phase one. But there's just not that much volume yet. PTPI. I don't see any specific news on it. When I always delay just trying to scan a headline, I don't see any specific news on it. Of course, about 2 weeks ago, this got up to, on this day, got up to $5. Had an interesting day. It's been kind of, I mean, look at these topping tails. I mean, at one point the buyers had it up here, sellers closed it down. So it's pretty choppy, and I don't see any specific news on it. Another one of those low floats, 6 million in the float. User, it's an interesting one. User, I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Obviously, it looks like an IPO here. Interesting because I think JP Morgan has put a $14 price target on it. In fact, this is amazing, guys. What the heck is going on here? Seriously, we've got Loop Capital, Piper Sandler, JP Morgan, Oppenheimer, Raymond James, Morgan Stanley, Robert Baird, Canaccord, William Blair, Truist, Needham. I'm not sure I've seen anything like this. These are all, they probably have different price targets, but I mean, Loop has got a $10 target. Piper Sandler has a $15 target. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like this. So many different firms coming in with upgrades for this company, User. I don't see any specific news on them. And that's just one of them. Let's see what Morgan Stanley's got. I mean, they're all over the place, but this is 11. Some are 10, some are 11, some are 12. I saw one for 15. But it's interesting that they're all looking at these guys. Provides video first enterprise grade software as a SaaS. Okay, well, I guess this was an IPO last month. Just don't see that often. NISN, as somebody mentioned earlier, then a financing, all-time low now. All-time low for NISN. I think somebody said they did the financing at around $4. Yeah, Viru. This is interesting. FDA approval for their drug. Viru, FDA approval. A lot of volume already. CCO has moved up on improved guidance for Q4? CCO. I think there was some other little news on it, but CCO, big float. Wow, half of 463 million in the float. X4 down. I think this is an all-time low now for X4. It's a very cheap one. X4 negative data, or shouldn't say it like that. Anyway, they release data, the market's reaction is negative. How's that? This is an all-time low. And then at the very end here, RAS, they did an acquisition. So that popped the stock. Actually, it's not a low float, 91 million in the float. China stock, I believe. Yeah, China stock. Orb Trader, the most likely reason is that you have the relative volume as one of the filters. If you have the relative volume or current volume, it's called two different things. If you have them active, this is what I'm talking about. Now I have it as a column, okay? You see the relative volume right there. If you got that as an active filter with a value, nothing will happen in the pre-market for you, okay? That's more than likely the reason. So you'd have to do a right click and configure and just see whether or not you've got relative volume as one of your active filters. Okay? All right, guys, let me take a look and see what sort of upgrades. I'm interested to see if we see all those upgrades for user. And the answer is no. That's funny. So what I'm looking for are multiple upgrades or downgrades. And by that I mean, is the same stock, like the user, and I'm surprised it's not here, is it being upgraded by multiple firms or downgraded by multiple firms? I do not see any right now from briefing.com. Get the downgrades in, see if there's any multiple. I don't see any multiple downgrades either. Not too many downgrades this morning. All right, there are some of the, yeah, I talked at, well, IGMS, and actually, see, they do have a downgrade too, but yeah, I've talked about it. All-time, not quite an all-time low. The issue right now is that there's no volume yet. No volume yet. It's why it's difficult to know what's going to happen. Spread is, I mean, it's $1, but I mean, obviously this is going to pick up once the market opens. And again, this is the reason, this is phase one. Definitely shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but I mean, it's already down 30%, just on no volume yet. So Orb Trader, did you hear my explanation? Common question. And the trade of the week, KBH. KBH, how you trade it will be up to you, of course, if you trade it at all. Considered live at $44.95. So, in theory, it is already live. Doesn't mean you have to take it right away, but that is the trigger, $44.95. All right, let's take a quick look to see what sort of action we're having with the major sectors. Going to click on the dock channel bar. Go to our sectors. So, yeah, the market's not really giving any clear indication of what's going to happen. The SPY's up just a little bit, but let's take a look at the major sectors. Because this can all change. This is what we see. This is what we see in the pre-market. So, what you're looking at here, for instance, the energy sector, XLE. Here are the stocks that make it up. So as we speak, 90% of them are below Friday's close. That's what that 90 means. Technology, 66% are up from Friday's close. There's no rip-roaring sector right now. You know, I would consider anything at 90%. So no real clue what's going to happen. I mean, we've got financials, 50-50. Healthcare, almost like 60-40. No big clue yet. But FHTX is the star so far. Not in this one. Did not do any trading pre-market other than getting out of the Sigma trade from Friday, the SGMA trade. I'm just trying to see if this was a SPAC. Doesn't look like this was a SPAC. I'm talking about Foghorn. How can you not say Leghorn right after that? Yeah, I don't think this was a SPAC, but this was back here. This is its all-time high up here around 28. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to. Yeah, it's a great news. I mean, tremendous news for them. I mean, that's no. That is, I guess we can call that's a no nonsense press release. Big company name, lots of money being injected. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of the things. I've got thumbnails, see if there's anything interesting happening. I mean, the user is, I don't really know why. When I checked briefing.com, there was not one mention of an upgrade. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Look, this is what I'm talking about. I don't think I've seen this before, but I mean, Luke, Piper, J.P. Morgan, Oppenheimer, Raymond James, Morgan Stanley, Robert Baird, Canaccord, William Blair, and then Truist and Needham. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this before. All these now they're varying prices. You know, some are saying 10. I think I saw one at 15. J.P. Morgan said 14. So I mean, that's quite. To me, it's Pretty interesting. Is it a conspiracy? Well, I, for one, will stick an alert up in this 960. Doesn't mean I take the trade at 960, but I do want to see if it regains this area. 10 to me is the key one. The next high looking left on that weekly chart, so that was 2 weeks ago, was 1011. Uh, 1019. I don't know. I guess we'd have to look. I mean, it's not that. It's only last month, this IPO, so I guess you'd have to look. Let's see if we can find it. See if I still have that on my calendar. Time is it 9:22? Yeah, I got a couple of minutes to go. IPO'd at 14. Okay. So I am looking for user. And that would have been I wonder if I could do a search. I would like to see it here. Can I see it? Am I going by it? Am I going by it? I don't. Here we are. So let's see who was behind it. Ha! Well done, Grumpy. So here are our underwriters: Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan. So Piper, Truist, William Blair, Canaccord, Needham, Oppenheimer, Raymond James, Loop. There you go. So they're all upgrading it now. But even so, I haven't seen that before. I mean, we see a lot of IPOs, but I haven't seen that before. I don't know what you mean by that. You're about to upload from the cloud the screen you're on right now. Don't know what you mean by that. Oh, I think, are we able? I see. Not exactly. This is a docked layout, and not everybody has the dock. So what I've done is I've created individual. What time is it? 9:25. Okay, so if you go to my home page, so if you go to my home page and click on that link that I just put in there, and then if you go to the scan section right here, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including the ones that you see, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. I accidentally shut down my browser, so you should be able to see my screen. Okay, and hear me now. Nope. Really? Okay, you should be able to see my screen now. Okay, good. We did talk about blue, yep. Somebody asked in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, it's gapped up on phase 2, 2B. You know, what happens once this market opens? Typically, these can fade pretty bad. Well, it is fading pretty badly. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Earlier, it was. Yeah, Joe, we are. I may have a promo code later on this week. Okay, regarding a Christmas. I know we will have one. I just don't know when the promo code's coming out. GoPro. I mean, it just won't go away. GoPro. See if there's any specific. Here's another one. Wedbush raising their target to 1350. All right. And that is for GoPro. That's okay, Timothy. And William should be telling me right now. There he is. All right, guys. Yeah, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes just to try to let things settle down a little bit. I was waiting for my daily breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns. Kind of watching that Sigma SGMA to see if it, okay, now IGMS just took a bit of a run down here. The problem has been, yeah, I mean, the volume still is terrible. You know, you just can't, and the spread is $4. All right, we are now open. Okay, a little pullback now for FHTX. Yeah, one of the carnivals, guys. CUK making a little move down here. I did see SWN pre-market. SWN getting hit for some reason. Announced a block trade of approximately 63 million shares by selling stockholders. Okay. All right, what's the market doing as we speak? So yeah, you know, Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little, SPY's down a little. All right, CUK continues to move down. In fact, I'm seeing NCLH, so the cruisers are probably both moving down. Take a look at jets. Are the airlines following? And the answer is yes. So the airlines and the cruisers are getting hit. All right, guys, there's Sigma. Look at this. Whoops, that's GoPro, but look at Sigma. Look at Sigma, guys. SGMA. this is going to trade the float many times a day. You can just tell. 3.3 in the float, 2.4 million have traded already. There's the PTPI, DAC. So the next high looking left is 344. Actually, it's now 367. If it can make its way through that, 520. Good luck. Reta. RETA. You moved down. Oh yeah, remember this one from last week. Yeah, guys, RETA. Weakening. All right, Nissan NISN holding 5, financing at 4. Big gap down though. Wow, 50. I wonder if there's something else other than the financing. I mean, that's a maybe not. But why would they do a financing at 4 when they were sitting up here? I mean, you know, financings are usually done at a discount, but that's a huge discount. Something, I don't know, something else must be happening. GBT, guys, haven't seen this one for a while. GBT. I'm just pointing out some of the ones that are moving in the first 15 minutes. All right, so after a bit of a rocky start, Viru, that's a rocky start though. I mean, yeah, it's a market high. But look at the pre-market high way up here at 745. Yeah, it's early. I mean, yeah, the Sigma, I mean, it is early. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. I mean, look how whippy that was. Up to 16, all the way back down to 1486. Hey, we have our first halt of the week. Is that on the way up? Yes, ESSC halted on the way up. NES. Through the 200-day moving average. And yeah, just got halted. Boy, lots of resistance nearby. Let's see what sort of opening it could have. No real clue right now. I still see 223, 224. It's buyout. NAS is a buyout. Yeah, select energy services as services to buy Nuvera. You were right. Thank you, Real. Hi, Real, by the way. GoPro. Yeah, GoPro. I still always amazed to see it still trading. I shouldn't say it like that, I guess. I mean, but, you know, from its mercurial run way back here, back in, is it that long ago? Wow. 2014. I cannot believe it's that long ago. Man, time flies. when it was almost up to $100. I didn't open this room until a year later. Wow. Okay, so where is this going to open? ESSC. Let's take a look. See what sort of potential open. All-time high right now, of course. This is a SPAC. Who are they trying to buy? I can't remember. Just can't remember who. I can't get any news on it. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Extension. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so the proposed. So this is okay. Interesting. Cayman Islands. Fine. Proposed business combination was JHD. An innovative merchant, and okay, so that's there's it. Wow, there's FHTX right back up again, guys. Okay, so they've got an extension. Not usually great news, but the market's reacting okay. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong; it's good news, obviously, but it's taking longer. I mean, this acquisition is just taking longer. The longer things take, a lot of things can happen. No shorts. No shorts available for SGMA for me at Interactive Brokers. Certainly there were on Friday afternoon, but none right now. They've been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. What's the float on FHTX? 20 could be a magnet. Yeah, pretty low float. Also 17 million. Here's one that's moving. I guess I got the Meta Materials, not a low float. It's moving for some reason. All of a sudden some volume came in. No action in the pre-market. I don't see any information on it. Canadian company. Where are they out of? Nova Scotia. Okay. All right, keep an eye on the hog guys. HOG doing a spin-off for their EV sector, so they're spinning it off with an IPO, and somebody did say it would be a SPAC. Yeah, I mean the blue. Look, the blue is it's phase 2B. I'm always skeptical of phase 2B. It's not a low float, 67 million in the float. Was PTPI halted? I don't think it was halted. It was just not trading very much at that level. It seemed to be stuck at that 360 mark, but it just popped now, so obviously it was not halted. Yeah, so Timothy, I'm just sort of skeptical of companies with phase one, phase two news. I mean, my bias is always to short these things, but no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me. Yeah, listen, I mean, don't let me sway you. You want to take this trade, go ahead. I'm just, a big bottoming tail now, so it is popped right back up. And there it is. I mean, listen, it's just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers could mean there's, in fact, there it goes now. Now let's see if it takes out the pre-market high. 836. It's not a low float, 67 million. DRVN. Driven Brands. Almost an all-time high. I guess it was an IPO back here. Almost beginning of the year. So not a bad one. I mean, considering, the all-time high was up here, 35, so it's approaching it. And GoPro. All right, that first 15 minutes almost in the book, so I'll start getting interested in some of these, see what's happening. You'll start to get some alerts in here. Nothing in my really my favorite daily breakdown, and nothing in the option scanner yet. The market doing so. Dow is down, Nas is up, so a minor disconnect right now. We've got the Dow down, SPY's down, and Nas is down a little. Goodyear, GT moving down here. Goodyear moving down here. GT. And okay, ESSC just opened. So it got halted at 1723. So it did pop up to 1834. You know what? Okay, well there's the blue. Just took out the high here, guys. Just took out that pre-market high. So when you look left, I mean, the big thing about it certainly has room. The next high looking left on the monthly is 1203. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there. And NESS just resumed, but as Real pointed out, this is a buyout. I mean, the big thing Blue's got going for it really is that void. I mean, when you do look left, I mean, it's got a huge void. So the fact that, my bias is typically when I see phase one or phase two in the pre-market, my bias is usually that they will fade, but, in this case, it might not. I mean, it's holding pretty well. That'd be a symbol, wouldn't it? DRVN. Ariel was talking about this one as a fade. Yeah, it's just too late for me now. Nice if you took it up here. All right, well, guys, you know what happened. Blue just showed up my option scanner, so that gives it a bit of some credibility. Option, lots of volume, about 3 times normal right now. All right, now I'm interested with the blue. Let's see if it bases here just a little bit and then pops up again on volume. And again, this just showed up. This is what I'm talking about. It showed up my option scanner at 832. Not the time, but the price. All right, guys, moving. It is moving. 850. Can it take out that 50-cent mark? And the answer is not yet. Come on, Blue, take out that 50. Take it out, take it out. Take out 50. There it goes, guys. There it goes, guys. Blue took out 50 and on the move from the option scanner. 832, it did not get in at 832. I've already traded some out. I've already traded some out. It's not a low float. Okay, just watching to see how much further this blue can go. Let's stick an alert up here. Almost up to 9, not quite. Just waiting on this, see if we can take out 9. I'm talking about the blue, BLU. Close, getting closer and closer. And there it goes, guy. Well, touched it. So as Rule would say, manage the trade. Manage the trade if you got into the blue. And you know I love, whoops, there it goes again. There it goes again. Now it took out 9 like in a big way. So yeah, I was a little skeptical about the blue, but the second it showed up in my option scanner, I said, you know what? Got to be more. There's probably more to this then, in terms of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, yeah, the NES, holy smokes! I mean, it might have been a buyout, but I don't know. I don't know what the buyout price is, but that is a deal for to consider $45 million, assumption of about $20 million of its debt. Yeah, so that was awesome. I did not take this one. What do I mean by it? Right here. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. I don't trade options, okay? This is just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. That's what it looks for. Okay, I'm not trading the option, I'm trading the stock. Okay, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. All right, he's watching the blue as it still kind of hangs around that 9 level. All right, guys, I've taken some more out. It's a bit of a struggle to keep over 9, so I've taken some more out of the blue. Out of the blue. All right, what's the market doing now? So the market, so yeah, a bit of a sell-off now. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down. So there is definitely a big sell-off. You can see the SPY actually was modestly up this morning. But look at this, since the market opened, in fact, from about 8:45 on, we've had some red candles, market moving down. AMC ugly. Let's take a look at AMC. Ugly is right. Wow, this is a big, well, we saw this last week, of course, but this is a big move down now. Wow. Do I look at GME? Sure, why not? Ooh, this is a big, you know what, guys, this is a big move for GME now, too. Wow, I mean, if it takes out this right here, this has been kind of the supporting area. You know, that 140 to 150. You know, I know a lot of you, you know, will trade this one, but yikes, this, you wonder, I mean, is this finally going to be the end of it? Every time we think it's over. Okay, well, the significance is that it's having an abnormal option. It's just another way of looking at abnormal activity, okay? Be it abnormal volume, like straight volume, or relative volume, or option volume. It's just another way of looking at it. You know, so I put this together, I don't know how many months ago, and you know, I know I say this all the time, but if I could only use one scanner, this would be it. If somebody said you can only use one scanner, that would be it for me. Is every day, it doesn't give too many alerts. And does it mean every single alert is a winner? Of course not. So that's the reason. But some, and I'm certainly, because I don't trade options, I mean, I'm not going to attest to it, but some in the room have said that, you know, with our option filters that we have, it does help them trade options. Look at TGLS, guys. Look at TGLS. This was, of course, got thumped for 2 days ago, all the way down. Kept moving down on Friday, trying to recover just a little bit. TRHC, another one. This is a TRHC. Look at this one move here. No inkling this was going to happen. Nothing happening in the pre-market for TRHC. Okay, blue's trying to hold that 9 level. But let's see, TRHC, so 24 million in the float, definitely certainly a low float. Take a look at the daily chart, next high looking left. Looks like that was 1289, so the next high is 1351. I mean, obviously, I don't know what happened here. Big drop for it. Well, I do. I mean, what's a software publisher? Okay, what do they really do? Healthcare technology company. Okay, so I really can't remember what happened here. Not that long ago. It's early November. So, but a little over a month ago, this got absolutely creamed all the way down here. Been fading ever since. Look at user, guys. Now, user, yeah, with the grain of salt, as Grumpy pointed out, all the fund managers that were involved in this IPO have all decided to put a big buy recommendation on it, anywhere from $10 to $15. Yeah, looks like the end of the road for a while anyway for Sigma, SGMA. No shorts available. Still, all the shorts were snapped up by early interactive brokers. Look at the market, straight down so far. Put the stock symbols in caps. Orb Trader just helps us differentiate between text and the stock symbol. Okay, guys, blue's trying to hold that 9 level. BLU trying to hold it. In fact, it's holding it really well. Maybe now the next ramp up. I have some left. All right, here we go. Another halt, guys, for RELI. Halt for RELI. Look at the room it's got. Now, there's a 200-day. 322, 224 is the 200-day moving average. The high over here was 265, so it's a little bit above that high. And see if I can see if there's any specific, there's no news on it yet. So here is the halt. This is again, Interactive Brokers. Now I refuse to believe this is going to open at 6. Okay, I refuse to believe it. So let's see if this should start to change. But I still see 316 even, but you see how it's starting to change now. How about 31.95? Wouldn't that be hilarious? Low float, guys. 1 million in the float. So here we go. This is getting more realistic now. 280, 280. So we just have to wait to see how it opens. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:06 plus 44 seconds. Here's that TRHC still moving higher. Tabula rasa. All right, guys, so if you're in the blue, be careful now because you've got 2 topping tails on the 15-minute chart, all right? 2 topping tails. Buyers tried to get it up to 9. Well, they did get it up to about 9:30. The sellers have been knocking it down, so be really careful right now. This is not shortable for me. If it were, I'd be really, really taking a hard look at this if it gave up 9, but it's just not shortable for me. Guys have been talking about Macy's. Yikes, yeah, look at this. So there was some news. No, that was on the 10th, entered into, I don't even understand it, into a 6th Amendment, etc. But that was on the 10th. What are we now, the 13th? So I don't know what's going on with Macy's, but that's a big drop. And remember, they had earnings here, and it looked really good for Macy's. And now it's just slip sliding away. Yeah, this could be really interesting when it opens. Reli, R-E-L-I, super low float. Look at TRHC. I'm not in this one. Hey, you know what? Blue's taking a real stand at 9, guys. BLU taking a real stand here. Oh, look at TRHC. I'm not in this one. This one is, wow, 24 million in the float. All right, so here's your news for it. Healthcare technology advancing the safe use of medications announced the results of 2 peer-reviewed studies that explored the potential. This is something to do with opioids, etc., etc. So there is some news on it today for TRHC. Just the one trade for me so far, guys, and that's the BLU. I don't have very much left. I was, 890 would have got me out, but it didn't hit it. Okay, guys, I'm just going to say this should open right now. Reli should open right now. And it did. Okay, so no big pop yet anyway for Reli. We got up to 278. It was halted at 267. So, yeah, it did trade up to 280, but pulling back. keep an eye on this level here. This 267 takes that out. You could have that run. Boy, TRHC, just a star right now. This is getting interesting. I mean, there's 1550 as the high right there. I mean, I got to stick an alert there just in case. I mean, if it takes that out, look at the gap. Look at this gap. Still nothing on the daily. Interesting, because the markets are down, you know, and still nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, some of you may have, but I've put some pretty tough filters in here. I don't want to get too many alerts. Oh man, guys, this is just okay. Severe rippage. What can I say? Severe rippage for this TRHC. I mean, it just took out that high right there. Again, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. I mean, it just popped all the way back down to 15, but what a level for it to take out. $15.50 was that high, and what did it? And I got to 15.54. So I'm going to reset my alert up here and see if it takes it out again. That's all traders are looking at. Look, I mean, look at the gap. Almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Not quite that topping tail, just a little bit above, but very close. Oh, we just had one here. NISN, so this is an all-time low. All right, guys. Actually, a big jump for Sigma now. SGMA, big jump here. You know, again, so the blue is still holding 9, but it's a real battle here at 9 for BLU. Smith & Wesson, guys, SWBI, boy, what a level for it to try to take out later on. That, you know, breaks over 19. I'm just going to stick an alert here. May not happen today, may never happen, but if it does take this out, look at the gap. This was an earnings play. I'm continuing to watch the NISN for a potential short here. It's back up to the trigger. Okay, guys, I'm out of the blue. out of the blue. Well, it may not be done, but I can always get back in. But I'm out of the blue now. Said I would take it out if it got into that 890s. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, so for me in the blue, because this has still a lot of room, I'm going to stick an alert maybe around 926 or so. It's one of these that could easily start to run later on. Well, guys, this is getting interesting, this rally. Remember, it got halted at 267, so it's almost at the halt price. This is the sort of area that I could get interested. There's the 200-day moving average, 322. So it's got some room. What's the float? Again, that crazy, crazy low float, 1.1 million in the float. Pfizer, okay, Pfizer, PFE. Wow, there's blue right back up, guys, right back up. Okay, now I can take a look at Pfizer. Blue gets to that 920 odd level, I'll probably take it again. You don't have to do the same as me, but that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, this rally, well, it didn't take it out. See, I have my alert set up here. I almost for sure would have taken this one if it got up to 270. Just above the original halt price. But it doesn't look like it's going to right now anyway. Just because of that float, anything could have happened. Okay, guys, blue getting ready. Meanwhile, take a look at Bitcoin, BITO. I don't know what or the ETF for Bitcoin. Again, basically at an all-time low. Thanks, GME. That was a big level for it too. Wow, this is really now taking this out in a big way. Well, you know what? We've been surprised with this one before, many, many, many times. Just when you think it's all over. I didn't take PFE, Timothy. Rid of my caps. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this blue to see if it really takes out 9 again, or that gets into that 920 area again. That's my focus right now. Meanwhile, user with all those upgrades, so what, right? It's still up 9%, but HCTI from Zach, HCTI. Yeah, low float. Probably coming into some resistance right around here, you know, all the way from 2 to 3, really. See, Timothy, there is another trading room, okay? Just so you know, there is another trading room. They see my screen, hear me just like you can in YouTube. And it's just a lot more active. So, you know, people are throwing out ideas. So that's, you know, if you're wondering why I put PFE up, that's why. Wow, look at this INOQ. Probably getting some, well, no, that's a support area. Still being thumped here after, it was a high flyer for many, many, many days. Got all the way up to 36 or so. Now it's cut in half. Yeah, a couple of weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, cut in half. All right, it is now 10:20. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who is brand new into this room. Welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The room is open at 8 a.m., maybe even a little earlier. I don't get on the mic until 9 though. Oh, I don't know if it's common. I don't follow it that closely. CBM, was that a downgrade? Or has come back? Yeah, I don't follow it that closely. You know, my only thing with the upgrades and downgrades is to see if there are multiple upgrades or downgrades for the same stock. Okay, so here's another one in the option scanner, PRPV. What are you doing? It's a SPAC though, guys. I'm not wild about SPACs that show up. You know, I mean, it's got a lot of resistance right around 10, so unless something outstanding happened. All right, so again, welcome to the room. And as always, I'd like to start off with my home page. And on my home page, a lot of information, okay? So if you click on my link right there, this is what you're going to see. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. We have another, I think we have a resumption. Actually, it's another SPAC, guys. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Nothing really shaking today with it. I'll go over it in a bit, in a little while. You don't have to take on an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. All right, only. If you maintain a monthly plan, then this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you want to upgrade, though, from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Also, my homepage has 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern, and all the education that we have. Most of the education, of course, geared to trying to understand how to use Trade Ideas. We have a big user guide now. We have introductory lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would take the lessons. Goes over top lists, how to build them, alert windows, how to build them. Goes over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Daily support sessions. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. At noon, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Today, it will be Sean, all right? You'll be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. Daily webinars. So we are on this week. It's Tuesday. I was going to say Thursday, but there's the Thursday webinar has been canceled. So the only webinar this week is on Tuesday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you are new to trading or looking for a refresher, great little video series, okay? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I would really recommend if you're new to trading to take a look at that. Oh man, IGMS, I hear it. And then on my home page, this section right here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, the moving higher with unusually strong options that I've talked about before, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. These are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market to kind of zero in on the ones that might be moving for the rest of the day. Okay, so here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So in these 2 sections, obviously a lot of information. Save my link, then you can look at these at any time. Not just while the room is open. Bird. Why did I have bird here? No, it's an all-time low. That's one reason. All-time low now for bird. What's the volume like? Not great. Okay, market, wow, big. I mean, the market has been straight down except for that momentary pause at 10 o'clock. Little green candle there. But now, big continuation down, guys. All right, so I see the blue now is underneath 9. So again, I'll just reset my alert. It may happen later on. It may never happen, but just reset my alert up in this area here over about 9:18. See if it takes it out later on. Okay. Meanwhile, IGMS 3152 on the alert. What do we got here? I'm a little late. I was during my spiel. So this happened at 3152. What's the volume like? So the volume has really picked up. I mean, but you know, here, guys, it's a very low float for a $31 stock. So you've got to be really careful. You know, this can be so whippy. It's already down 37%. I'm just kind of eyeballing it right now, see if it takes out 31. Boy, this IGMS is so interesting if it really takes out 31. Let me just see what the next lows are. So the next low on the monthly chart is 27.55. So it looks like, yeah, so it looks like there's not a lot of support. So double I, double N just resumed after it being halted. Of course, this was really active last week. Okay, guys, not too interesting right here, but you know, here is what the AI looks like. Not too interesting right now. If you have the AI, if you have our premium service, this is how I would watch it. Just click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Trades window, okay? And this is what you'll see. How you trade it will be up to you. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop. You don't have to get, you know, I never take anything unless I click on an alert, check to see what the charts are looking like. But how you trade them will be up to you. Again, nothing really nothing really good happening yet. The IGMS is short though. Who knows if this really craters. Again, there's no video. People ask all the time, I want a video on how to trade the AI. There is no video. Okay, how you trade it will be up to you. You get the alert. Now, the other thing I'm going to say is practice trading. We have a, right here, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so that window, this blue window here is called Brokerage Plus. Now, you have to have our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Now, what I put in here, the link, there are two videos in that link. Short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You connect to your IB or E-Trade account, and then you can trade your account, okay? But please listen, if you don't have Trade Ideas, doesn't mean you can't use, I'm sorry, if you don't have IB or E-Trade, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Man, I forgot my little spiel about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. If I right-click, configure, click on summary. If you want to build your own scans, you know, as I pointed out before, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. But if you did want to build your own scans, you always start off with filters. All right, so in this particular scan, this is what it's looking for. Stocks between 2 and 35, current volume is 8, so it's trading at least 8 times normal, 500,000 shares minimum, etc. If these filter values are met and a stock makes a new intraday high, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks right here. Okay, and this is the flip. Stocks making new lows, okay? So if you want to build your own scans, you always start off with filters. And the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. I right-click on an alert window and configure and then search. These are all the alerts that we have. And when you see these icons, these are all the filters we have. And again, as I always say, please listen really closely. You don't have to learn them all. We have a lot. We have many, because we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. That's if you want to build your own scan. If you're starting out, you know, a lot of you don't have to build your own scans to start out. You can take a look at mine and also all the scans we have here from our channel bar. So these are all themed. I don't know what you mean by the presets in Trade Ideas, Moses. You mean all these scans here, like all the ones that I've got, and all the scans that are here, nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. These are, remember, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. So these are all different theme channels. Here's a momentum channel. If you like this one, if you like the idea of it, you right-click, click on Configure. You will see what it's looking for. You know, if you liked it, you could save it to the cloud, Or you could always make a change, if you didn't like this price range, you could make a change. Okay, you can make a change and then you could save that to the cloud, an alert window to the cloud that you liked, a scan that you like. You go to the stock surging channel. You like the idea of this one, the action is heating up right now. You can save it to the cloud. What I'm trying to demonstrate is you can go to the different channels, you can extract different scans that you like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one. File load from cloud. Okay, guys, the blue is right back up now. So if you save all those scans from the channel bar to the cloud, then you file load from cloud. If you save them, you would see them right at the top here, and you just load, 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 and therefore you can create your own layout without having to know how to build a scan in the first place. Well, only if you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, okay? But the other big reason for using this is as a simulator, okay? Practice trading first, guys, before you actually. So Moses, if you want to trade your own account using this window, you have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Trade of the week is never on the short side. Ooh. I'm sorry, guys. I can't remember when I put myself on mute. Ah, crazy. 3 minutes ago? Thank you. Okay, so at least I got. So for you, Moses, is in our YouTube room. Watch those two videos, okay? They show you how you can use this window if you have an IB account to trade your account. It answers a couple of those questions you were talking about, presets, stop losses, etc. And I'm sorry, guys. So I'm concentrating on the BLU again, okay? I'm looking to see if it gets back into the 920 area. Boy, Sigma is not going down without a fight here, guys. That's a big pop here. And just got halted. Sigma got halted. Okay, so TGLS, I did see, showed up in the option scanner, 2057. Looking left, 2119. Okay, here's another one that just showed up on the in the 10-day daily breakdown. All-time low, all-time low. Don't say it, Barry. Don't say it. ALXO guys, all-time low. Just have that get that ass catching up to the bid. Meanwhile, what time is it? Look at Relly, guys, now. Look at Relly now. Look at Relly now. It took out that that halt area, that first halt area. And now look at the float. I mean, oh boy, anything can happen. I mean, look at this. There's the 200-day moving average, 224. That could stop it, but the volume came in also for Relly. The volume came in. And, okay, this is another SPAC. Just launched. BRKHU just launched. Okay, so for me in the blue, this is one of those that later on in the day, you know, especially if it just keeps holding around this 9 level, later on in the day, you know, the enthusiasm may get back in it. I mean, you can just sort of see the volume is completely tailed off. So these are like little fake breaks, but the volume is completely tailed off. So as you know, I'm always watching for the volume. So if I get an alert, doesn't mean I take the trade, but I know I want to see what the volume is associated with if I do get an alert. Boy, this is a... Come on. This is a big sell-off for GME, guys. Come on, take out that 25. So Sigma just opened, I guess. Yes. No, I'm sorry. It did not open. Sigma did not open. It's going to be a big open, guys. There it looks like 1650, 1650. 1591 is the halt. 47. Oh, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. At least a 10-minute halt. How's AMC doing? Yeah, the bloom seems to be off. I don't know what another meme stock is anymore, but the bloom definitely seems to be off all these. I mean, all right, so the IGMS, they're 3152, so it hasn't taken out 31 yet. And then NISN, it's probably not going to be that dynamic. Well, if you think it's dangerous, don't do it, Gary. I mean, I'm not saying to anybody to do what I do. Okay, the more concerning for me would be the 20 million float. So if I'm doing this, doesn't mean I'm going to go crazy on it. So if you're confused about something or it doesn't seem right to you, just don't do it. Well, there is no way. I mean, there's no, okay, this is what you do, an all-time low with low volume. There's no rule book. Other than be careful, really, seriously. See the blue guys? You see why I do not try to anticipate? Look at the volume. The volume just dwindling. I mean, I'm not saying it could come back later, but All right, Sigma just opened. Sigma just opened, and what happened? All right, big pop, big pop. I mean, there's the high after hours, 1876. I gotta whisper. I want to see ALXO just really give up 25. It's right there, and the spread tightened for a bit there. The other one that's all-time low right now. This is one that I really wanted to short, but Weber's an all-time low right now. WEBR had the IPO back here. Anybody, look at this. I mean, they got up to 20, not quite cut in half. Yes. FMTX, this is right at an all-time low, guys. FMTX, right at an all-time low. Okay. Yeah, stay away, Gary. I mean, I do things just because it came in my scanner. So wow, look at IGMS. I'm not in this one. IGMS, I'm not in this one. Well, you had this one from the AI at 3152, where you can see it right there. And where did it show up here? Same. AI and I were exactly the same on the short area. 3152. And this is what I am talking about right there. There's a short, 3152. So it's 4.6% right now. Sigma just made another new high, guys. Sorry, did not make another new high. But what's the coin at now, guys? BITO. BITO. All-time low. Not quite. It hasn't quite broke yet. But stay away, Gary. Really. I have to mention it because it's showing up here, and sure, I'm interested. Well, not more than interested. Anything making an all-time low. Hood is sub $20. Wow. All-time low. I don't know. It depends what you're looking at, I guess. I mean, Sigma obviously has had good movement. We had some good movement with the blue at the beginning. The IGMS, which I'm not in, which I should be in. Well, and it also depends if you're looking to go long. I mean, obviously, with the market doing what it's doing, I mean, yeah, you're probably not going to find too many on the long side. So if you're not prepared to short, then can't help you there. Now, this is a real cheap one, guys. X4, real cheap one. Not sure I want to take this one on a short. All-time low. Come on. You know what I'm coming. Come on. Just take out that 25. Sorry, guys. I just have to keep an eye on this ALXO. Well, it really depends on your filters too, Sigma. You know, it's hard for me to know. You know, I'd have to. Okay, big crack. Come on. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at this spread now for the. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I just have to pay attention to this ALXO. Well, we do have a news tab, Moses, but I mean, is it as maybe comprehensive as IB? Maybe not. We do have a news tab. But I have to admit, I use IB, Interactive Brokers. I'm on it, real. I'm on it on that. Yeah, the 9 break for blue for sure. If it does it on volume. So we do. I mean, Moses, we do have a news tab. Is it as good as IB? I don't think so, but I mean, it's not bad, and it does link every time you click on an alert. There's your news tab. You can see the news on it. This is such a. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having to watch this ALXO. I mean, this could have the big, massive drop that I'm hoping for. Okay, there's the blue, guys. And was it on volume? Maybe not great volume. There is some volume coming in. And now, okay, now the volume is really coming in now on that 5 minute and the 1 minute, the 2 minute. Will it hold? All right. Sorry, guys. Shameless cheerleading for the ALXO. No, I don't. No, Interactive Broker gives me all the news I need. We do have a news tab here, but will I say that is it the best? No, it's not the best. I mean, it's okay, but I use Interactive Brokers news. I don't subscribe to anything else. Well, I don't subscribe to. I have IB as my brokerage platform, so I mean, it comes with it. I find it's really good. I don't have my layout shared because these are all docked, okay? And a lot of people don't have docked, if you don't have the docked channels, docked windows, and it's not going to look very good. But I share all my individual scans that you can pick and choose from, okay? So if you go to my home page, you click on that tab here, go right there, it says Barry's homepage, click on my that link, and then you'll see there's a section called scans. And the scans that I'm sharing are there, all right? Including what you see here. Now, if you want these scans here, you can get them from my, my channel. Sorry guys, I'm just watching ALXO. Oh, Moses, I don't know, Moses. I mean, I don't know why we don't make an agreement with Benzinga. You want to info at Trade-Ideas, make a suggestion. I haven't, I don't know. But you have IB, right? I mean, look, IB's news is excellent. Never mind having, We actually did have an agreement with Medzing a long time ago, but they offered such a puny little discount that it was not even worth it. All right, guys, blue. There, once the volume did pick up, you can see the volume picked up. You see, look at the volume. They did pick up. I got to manage both these trades now. The ALXO, which I'm loving, especially if it just keeps dropping down here. What time is it? 11:08, so I still have about 40 minutes before my break. Well, I'll tell you what. If you're around later on in the day, I don't go over the docking of Windows that much because most people don't do it, don't want to do it. It's a little bit of a. I mean, I like it. I like the way it's organized and all, but I do get it that a lot of people don't. I just prefer the free floating windows. But maybe in the afternoon, I'll go over how to do things like this. Here are all my thumbnail charts, all organized nicely. Yeah, these are just filters, Sam. These are just filters. You can put any filter you want in here. These are just what I like to see. But these are just filters. Configure and columns, okay? And if you click on more, these are all the filters, just normal filters. You can add whatever you want in there. This is just what I like to see. So yes, it's totally customizable. Yeah, this one, IGMS. This is look. So remember at the beginning I was saying, not too much action in AI. Look at it now. So look at blue, long, and look at IGMS. So 7%, 5%. Three that haven't worked. Well, not say haven't worked. This got stopped out, but you just manage the trades. Unfortunately, I'm not in the IGMS. I didn't take the blue because of the AI. No, David, no. The AI is just runs automatically. No, you cannot. Well, if it's a filter, yeah. If you create your own, not a condition. Okay, Sam. All you can put in here are filters. So if you create a custom formula that's a filter, you can put it in here. All right, guys. I took a bunch out right around 25 for the ALXO, and now it is I was really hoping for a bigger drop than that, but it has moved up. Now I'm completely out of it, okay? I had to really pay attention to that one. I will look at it again if it takes out 25 again, but and get that spread like in a bigger way though. Really had to pay attention to that. That's because of that float. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. Wow, look at Blue Apron. Blue Apron is another one making almost an all-time low, just 4% above its all-time low. EVBG, let's take a look at EVBG. Oh yes, Everbridge, yes, from Friday. Trying to come back. I can't even remember what happened. Not quite, 4% above, Zach. Not quite. So you look at the lifetime low right here, 4% above it. Why isn't it NES on the all-time gainers list? Look at Sigma now. Man, oh man, this has been a wild one. I'm sure it would show up on something I have, NES. The only thing I can think of... Where are they out of? There's U.S. company. Yeah, so I can't answer that. I don't know what you're looking at. Yeah, I know it's a buyout, but I can't tell you why. I mean, I'm sure I could. The other thing too is sometimes the server sort. If you're looking for, if you're looking at a top list, sometimes that server sort will give you a different. Sugar. Hey, Alexo, right back down now. Oh, I couldn't tell you neural networks or not. It's a bunch of strategies that get optimized every evening. Okay. And if the certain once they get optimized, they have to have a certain profit factor and win percentage. If they do, then they make the cut. I don't as far as neural networks and all that, no idea. It doesn't try to, I mean, all it's doing is it's just taking a scan and saying, okay, this is what it did in the past. Does that mean it's going to happen in the future? You know, that the scan maybe was 80%, gave you 80% winners over the last 60 days. Does that absolutely mean that when you get alerts from that scan today, that they're all going to be winners? Of course not. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That's... Yikes. You guys were shorting GME. Look out. So again, with the NES, you'd have to show me what you'd have to tell me. Okay, what are you looking at? I'm sure it must be a top list, right, of some sort. You'd have to show me the link, and then I might be able to maybe explain why it's not showing up. Meanwhile, the market, look at this, look at this. So the market is really getting thumped here. Really getting thumped. Dow is down, Nas is down. There's no disconnect whatsoever. Come on. Oh man, guys. Well, I don't know what this X4 is doing. Look at ALXO now again. It's a cheapie, so I usually don't short these real cheap ones. Oh man, guys. Okay, well, you can see why I like this, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, look at the IGMS and the ALXO. You know, I'm not in love with the ones that are under 5. You know, the Nissan could have been okay because it was an all-time low, but yeah, 443. I mean, it's giving us a little bit here, but look at these two, ALXO and IGMS, massive winners. Especially taking advantage, of the market, guys. I mean, the market's drifting down. Yeah, blue has real always manage the trade, guys. Manage the trade. Look at blue now. I mean, just got thumped, right? You cannot wander away from your computer. So again, botmatized. If you give me the cloud link, I can take a look at it to see why NES is not showing up. If you know how to give me a cloud link. Okay, so when you say no good sell signals, I would say this is a pretty good one. Right there, 31.52, 29.15 now for. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to defend the AI, but you actually mentioned no good sell signals. So, are you talking about when to get out of a trade? Is that what you mean, or are you talking about the initial alert? And listen, we always say manage the exits on your own. Okay, I know people want to automate the whole thing. We don't recommend it. But you'll do a lot better if you manage the exits on your own. If that's what you're talking about in terms of selling. Ah, look at Alex. Hey, give me a moment, please, guys. My headset is just about ready to die. Just a minute. Okay, give me an idea. Give me an example. Are you talking about like a blue arrow here? An upward blue arrow? Give me an example. Okay, so don't be confused. You see a blue arrow here. All that's telling me is where the alert, where the alert happened on the different time frames. This is not an A. This is not an AI alert, but for instance, the IGMS, it's telling you this is because it's a down arrow. It's basically saying there was the short. Okay, it has not got out of the trade yet. But at the end of the day, you would see where it gets out. But again, I can't emphasize more. Manage the exits on your own. Look at Blue Apron now. We're getting closer. I guess the all-time low must be here, 650 or so. Okay, so Botmatize, can you hear me? Okay, so you don't want to give me your cloud link. I mean, you asked about NES. I would take a look at it to see why it's not showing up. But if you don't care, then that's fine. I could probably figure out why. You don't know how to do a cloud link? Okay. Well, I'm assuming NES, you're wondering why it's not showing up. You must be looking at like, where are you looking to see that NES is not one of the top gainers? Where are you looking? Do you have, is it a scan of your own? Yes, but where are you seeing that? Where are you seeing that? Is it a scan that you created yourself? Or you're looking at one of our channels? Is there a huge difference between IB and TI scanner? I don't know what you mean by that. We're a scanner. We've got, so I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, when we get these are all real-time alerts, if that's what you mean. So I don't know what you mean by that. Well, yeah, I would say no. Then yes, there's a huge difference between the trade ideas scanners and probably anything you could find in a brokerage platform. All right, guys. So let's see. Anything else? Genie, what are you doing? Another all-time low. Look at this one. Another all-time low. Genius Sports. GENI. Yeah, I mean, I have IB. I've never even. I mean, this is a scanning platform. Okay, IB has some scanning in it, but nothing like this, where you can create all sorts of different looks. All right, guys. Just kind of watching ALXO continuing. Yeah, you know what? This Nissan actually would have turned out to be a pretty good short. I did not take it, but I mean, you can see why I love this 10-day daily breakdown, especially on a day like today. I mean, NISN at 440, I did not take it. IGMS, I missed it. Unfortunately, I think I was doing what time did that happen? Yeah, I was kind of doing my, just getting set for my spiel. And then, but the ALXO, I mean, even though, yeah, I mean, it was a bit tough. But I was able to take it twice. And now it is just drifting down. I mean, stock hits an all-time low, guys. I really, really I want to zero in on it. Because there has to be a reason. There has to be a reason for people to try to buy it. Yeah, I understand, people want to play bounce plays, but especially when the market's down like today. So let's take a look at what Real is talking about, okay? He's got an alert on the other side of the V. I'm going to spell it right. As for Sigma, SGMA. This is what he's talking about. So here's the VWAP, 1558, all right? So if it's good enough for Real, it's good enough for me. So I'll put an alert. And this is, you can just sort of see this area right there is where there's potential resistance. So yeah, it gets through that, which happens to correspond with the VWAP. So if it happens later on, great. All right, Botmatize, I guess I'm going to have, I guess if you can't tell me where you actually saw it, I'm going to have to just forget it. You know, I was trying to help to see why you're not seeing NES, but yeah, VIRX just got halted. And looking left, let's take a look here. The next high looking left was 452, and over here is 489. So there's resistance probably between now and 5. And let's just take a look to see what it, there's no clue right now of where it could open. 450, 450, so there's no real clue. But there is news, yes. There is actually news just before it got halted. It's perfect circle. I do see you posted that also. All right, guys, I'm just watching, seeing some other things on my thumbnail chart. So this PR, yeah, I forget about it. This showed up on the option scanner on the way up and also on the way down. It's just not going to move. No, it's okay. I've got time, but just all I'm asking for is tell me where you're seeing it. Are you talking about in our toolbar? Sorry, in a dock channel bar? One of the, just tell me. I'll take a look. I mean, it's easy enough for me to. Okay, you're not understanding. Is it from one of the channels though? TI's biggest percentage list. I have to know, like, where are you getting that? Where are you finding that? Is it in one of our channels? Yeah, VIRX just opened. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is it from one of the channels and it's one of the top lists in a channel? Ah, I see the real time. Okay, I'm sorry. We're botmatized. I'm sorry. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Like, where are you seeing the top list? Okay, is it in a channel? Okay, it's not. So where are you seeing it? All you have to do is just send it to me. Just right click, okay, on it. Save or share to cloud. All right, save or share to cloud. Say save. Click on save. Now it's saved. Now paste it into the room. Control V it into the room. Okay, just paste it and then I'll see the link and then I'll look at it. Okay, so again, just take that top list, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. Sorry, I'm sorry. Save and share. Okay, and then that'll copy it, and then Control V right here. Control V it right in here, and then I'll see the link, and then I can take a look at it. Boy, this had a lot of activity pre-market. Look at this, VERU, and now just cratered. Shoot, this is the classic, you know. We see these little bios. I don't know, but this was an approval. This was actually an FDA approval. Okay, now let's take a look. And it is just the one window, right? It's not a layout. It's just the one window. Okay. All right, let's take a look. It's usually because of the server sort, but let me just take a look. Well, I haven't seen this one in a long time. Come on down. More. I want more. Just an alert at 24 for this one, ALXO. Wow, it just hit it. Just took it. All right, 23.85. See if I can get you down there. Let me just see something here. Bingo! Okay, see? I know why. Because in this particular one, okay, the minimum volume, and I never use it, never, ever use it, was 100,000 shares per day over the last whatever. And NES did not have that. Okay? You know, today it's having its big day, but you can see all the previous days. That's the reason. Does it make sense? Okay? So if you right click and look at summary, you're going to see minimum volume was something like 100,000 shares per day. And I got rid of that. Once I got rid of that, the NES shows up. Okay? So that's the reason. Usually always a reason. That's why I never use that filter. I find it, well, especially for intraday trading, it to me it's useless. Because you'll miss these ones that, you know, all of a sudden have 46 million shares, and just because it hardly traded before. But you want to see these ones on the day that it explodes. So it's kind of fun to try to figure out why. I certainly don't mind. Don't be afraid to ask questions like that. You know, if I can't, if I'm wrapped up in a trade, I'll let you know. You know, if I can't help at the time. But And that's the difference. Wow, guys, this is turning into a spectacular short. Still lots of shorts available. 400,000 at Interactive Brokers. Ooh, well, the cheaper ones. I mean, they can be okay, but I just didn't think that X4 would have. I mean, listen, it's been okay. 250. I mean, listen, they're all been good. I mean, that's a great percentage move too. I mean, right now I would put a massive check mark on this, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, look at all four of them. Awesome. I usually don't, it's when it's super cheap. I just don't maybe think it's going to drop as much. But you could have taken any one of them. I mean, even this one, the NISN. And again, I am sharing this. And again, the DR means don't repeat. In case you're wondering, guys, anybody new, means don't repeat. So this is telling me, you can see right here, ALXO is repeating over and over again. There's a symbol repeating over and over again. Why I like this, I can say, okay, when was the first, what was the time of the first alert and what was the price? So 25.45 at 10.43. So I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Well, you can say obviously pretty darn good. Pretty tight, pretty darn well. Well, I'm not saying you don't have to cover it. I mean, first of all, I can't take them all right? I mean, I really, really wanted to take this IGMS. We saw this in the pre-market. There was absolutely no volume in the pre-market. If you recall, well, we saw this in the pre-market. It was only about 11,000 shares. I have a little note right beside it saying, okay, we pay attention to it, but there's only 11,000 shares. It took for the market to really open before it started to trade. Didn't happen to me, Dak. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys, it is now 11:47. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'm going to do put my the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I believe it'll be Sean. This was probably a little bit. This was a little bit better than the ALXO. Not quite as whippy. It was basically, basically straight down. A couple, maybe a little jog here. All right, well here, I'm going to give you a link for the data points that you can use, okay? Sam, I'm going to put it in the off topic. Oh, you're in off topic, okay? I'll give you a link, and you can see the data points that we have. Give me a moment. I have to find, not even sure. Let's see, ATR. You can certainly use ATR, but anyway, here are the data points. Pages 5 and 6, most of them. If you don't see it there, then it's not available, okay? And then let me look at the other one. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm having a tough time finding the link. Custom formula filter codes. I think this is it. There we go. Okay. Here are your data points, okay? Man, it's a race now, guys, between IGMS and ALXO. Wow. All right, so the market's basing just a little bit here. Not, maybe this is a little base for a while anyway. So when you say, what are you doing, a bro? Who's your bro here? I'm just watching ALXO. How much further can I mean, who knows? I mean, it's an all-time low. There's no support for it, other than eventually maybe people wanting to buy a bounce. But other than that, there's no support on the charts for it. Okay, I just want to confirm that it is Sean in our YouTube room today, taking over for me in about 9 minutes. MOTS, let's take a look at MOTS. Haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, so I'm just not the right person for this, Michael. I don't take a look at anything under $1, number one, okay? So, it's got 44 million shares in the float for under a sub $1 stock. That's a lot of shares, in my opinion. So, so sorry. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what this, I know I can read what they do, but I mean, it's basically been, last all year, done nothing. On my alerts, not on mine. Say, I have a filter. All like every single stock that I see is going to be at least over $1. Oh, on a trade ideas alert. Well, okay. I mean, I could construct an alert that would find this maybe, but so it's certainly not for me. My zone is just about over. I'll be taking a break pretty soon here. So if you guys want this one as an example, the 10-day daily breakdown, only giving a few alerts a day, just go to my homepage. Oops, I missed the B. Okay, you go to my homepage and just click on that link I just put in here. And this is what you'll see. Expand this just a minute. If you wanted to take out a subscription, of course, here's what you can do right up here. But here are my scans right here. And here's this beautiful one. The 10-day daily breakdown right there. And if you won't short, then I can't help you. Okay, I've just confirmed that it is Sean in our YouTube room. It's taking over for me in about 5 minutes. Really? 680? So when you say not touching it, you're not touching it for a bounce. Is that what you mean, William? Okay. Man, there's like a week's worth of great trades right here, because of the movement in them. I haven't looked at Allo. I'm sure there's other stuff going on. Yeah, same. I mean, look at Allo. Yeah, the same. My goodness. Not quite an all-time low. A little 4% above. Boy, oh boy, my sound alert on this is the pig grunting. So I just been hearing it grunt, grunt, grunt with all these alerts. Every time it makes a new low. I don't even see. I'm not even sure I saw. Yeah, it was initial data, I guess. But this was from. They released this yesterday. Looks like on Sunday. Because there was really no reaction. You know, pre-market, there was no reaction at all that this was going to happen. But here is your, I mean, here it is. But look at this. I mean, you would look at this and say it shows that the combination of this and this is active and well tolerated. You would think this is great. Now, it's been talked about for a while, FA, like years, about crypto and all that. I have no idea if and when that'll happen, okay? If you want to, info@trade-ideas.com. Forex, I really don't think we're going to do Forex. I know crypto, we talked about it for a long time. But send something to info@trade-ideas.com and ask the very same question. All right, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up any time now. That blue's been a bit of a tough one. I know it is back over 9. I'm only going for about an hour, David. I will be back. It's basically an hour break on the mic. That's all. I'm usually here. No, there he is. Okay, Sean. All right, Sean, I'll stop my stream. Have a...
All right. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Hope everyone's well. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. And so, guys, for the next hour, this is the live Q&A session. This is your opportunity to ask any questions of the software that you might need help with. Anything at all. If you're having trouble figuring out how to build a layout, having any trouble figuring out how to use a top list or an alert window or Holly, let's tackle it. Let's get into it. All right. So while I wait for some questions here, let me just... No, we're good. Never mind. All right. So today is Monday, and Mondays are always a great day for looking at the strength alerts. So we're going to start there. And I'm going to get into all these strength alerts, all these potential swing trades here. So quick little refresher if this is the first time you are hearing about the TI strength alerts. Essentially what this is on this channel, the strength alerts channel, all Trade Ideas software subscribers have access to the strength alerts channel. And anything that comes through here, the 5 stocks that you see here, right there, the TI strength alerts, top list right here. These are 5 new names every Monday morning. All right, actually they come out over the weekend, but every Monday it's a fresh crop of stocks, and all 5 of these stocks are stocks that are exhibiting setups that have worked in the past to be great swing trades. So what do I mean? What I mean is we've built an algorithm developed by the team in-house here that identifies stocks that have certain characteristics of past big winners, big swing trade winners. Okay, and so this algorithm surfaces the top 5 names that are most likely to repeat that pattern, let's say, to go on to big gains. Now, does that mean that these are guaranteed to win? Of course not. Of course not. But the algorithm that is surfacing these ideas has a tremendous track record, which you can find. You can see the track record here. I'm going to put the link here on the YouTube channel. TI Strength. If you go to that link, you can learn more about TI Strength, and you can see the back-tested and forward-tested results going over 5 years of using the TI Strength alerts to make trading decisions. Now, a little caveat on how that data or how that backtest is run that you see at that link. In fact, let me just, can I open that up? Yeah, I can. I'm going to open it up right here, just so that we all know what we're talking about. I'm going to open up this link. If I scroll down a little bit, you'll see, look at this chart, guys. Over 5 years, is this 5 years or 4 years? 4 years. You got the S&P performance, which has been great in white down here at the bottom, but look at the relative strength. I mean, the performance, it's killing the S&P 500. Now, how did we achieve these results with the relative strength index? This is an important thing to talk about because we don't tell you how you should trade these indicators or these stocks, right? We don't tell you how to do that. But I could tell you how we ran that back test to achieve those results, and it's really quite simple. All we did was, let's say we're starting from scratch. We have our whole account is in cash right now. Let's say we got a small account, say $10,000 in the account, right? So the first Monday, what we did is we allocated all 10 grand equally into the 5 names of that week. So we'd invest $2,000 in GM, $2,000 in IRM, $2,000 in NMRK, $2,000 in CNQ or CNC, and $2,000 in ANTM. That's it. However many shares that buys, we invested $2,000. So divided our capital equally. And then all we did for the remainder of the week is we did absolutely nothing. Come hell or high water, whether the stocks go up or go down, whether the market is screaming higher or the market is collapsing, coronavirus included, we did nothing. We just sat on our hands. No stop losses, nothing. All right, now that might be scary to some of you, and that's okay. I don't trade them that way, but I'm just telling you this is how we did this back test. And so we held those 5 names all week, no matter what. And then the following Monday, at the open, we closed those 5 old symbols down at the opening print, market order at the open, just get out at whatever the opening print is, and then take our proceeds from the sale of all 5 of those stocks. Let's hope it's a little bit more. Let's say it's $10,200 now we have in our account, right? It's not always the case, but we take that remaining cash and then divide it equally into the 5 new names that came out for the next Monday. Okay? So guys, for that back test to get these results, let's bring this back up here. To get these results, all we simply did was rotate into new names every Monday morning. We close the old 5 names, we get into the new 5 names right at the open. That's it. 7-day holds, if you include the weekend, 7-day holds for every name. And look at this performance. Guys, it takes 5 minutes of work on a Monday morning. Can you find 5 minutes? Can you find 5 minutes to get these kind of returns, to crush the S&P? Well, that's how we did it with the TI Strength Alerts. Now, again, we're not telling you that's how you have to trade it. You can trade it with your own risk parameters. You could have stop losses. You could have profit targets, whatever makes sense for you according to your trading plan, okay? All we're simply telling you is that these stocks right here are exhibiting characteristics of past winners, and we want to get involved, okay? So with that preamble out of the way, I myself am going to get into all 5 of these names right now using Brokerage Plus. Now, I'm using the simulator here, so let's not get carried away. I'm logged into the Trade Ideas simulated trading. All right. All these positions you see here right now, these are all stocks that I got into because of the TI strength alerts. Every one of these was a TI strength alert. Now, I trade these differently, okay, because I'm mirroring the same type of trading that I personally would do, all right? So what does that mean? Well, I don't like trading without stop losses. I'm not comfortable trading without a stop loss in place. So I just kind of use a dumb brute force stop loss on all these stocks. I'm not really putting any attention into the volatility or any nearby support or resistance levels. All I'm doing is placing my stop 5% away from current stock or from my entry price. So wherever I enter, my stop loss is 5% away. That's it. That's it. That's how I'm doing it. And I am sizing my positions differently. I'm not investing the same amount of money per stock. Instead, I'm sizing my positions such that I'm risking no more than $200 of my capital on any one trade. So meaning if the stock falls back and hits my stop loss level, I will lose no more than $200 of my capital, give or take. That doesn't factor in slippage and commissions and whatnot. All right, so before I do that though, real quick, I just got to do something over here on my other screen. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. What happened? Got a little lost. Oh, right. Just dealing with a administrative thingy over here. I'm going to get into these TI strength alerts in just a second. Just give me 1 sec. Okay. One more thing. Sorry, this doesn't make for exciting content, but we'll get there. Okay. All right. Now you have my full focus. Now I'm going to get into all these trades, and I'm going to use Brokerage Plus. So check this out, guys. Remember I told you I'm risking 2% of my capital on any one trade. Well, let me dial it back. I'm risking $200. That's what I'm doing. I'm risking $200 per trade. And my stop loss is 5% away. And I've set that up. If I go into my Brokerage Plus window here, if I go to where did my strategies tab go? Where are you at? Let me stretch this window out. There it is, strategies tab. I've got a strategy here called swing trade buys. So if I right click in here, go to edit trading strategy, you can see the configurations I have. Here's my risk management, right? My stop loss is set at 5% away, okay? I don't have a profit target. I'm not using trailing stop. So my stop loss is 5% away. And if I go to the order details tab, my position sizing is based on stop loss. I'm risking $200, okay? And if anybody wants me to review how I set these up, we can do that in a second. But for now, let's just get into these trades. So I'm going to move my Brokerage Plus window off to the side a little bit here. And look how easy it is to get into these trades using my pre-built strategy. If I just click on a chart, here's GM. If I want to get into this trade, all I do is simply right click, hit trade GM, buy using swing trade buys. That's that strategy I just showed you. I just click it and boom, I'm going to get in. If I go to my executions tab here in Brokerage Plus, you'll see it. Should get in here in a second. There we go. GM, I bought it at 60 and 17 cents. I bought 66 shares. So what that means is if my 66 shares come down and hit my stop loss level that you see on this chart, I should lose approximately $200. Perfect. That's how much money I'm willing to risk. Okay. Now I'm going to go through the rest of these really quickly to show you how easy this is. I'm going to click on the IRM chart, or IRM, bring it up. I'm just going to right click, trade IRM, buy using swing trade buys. Boom, I'm in. Bought it at $49.05. I bought 81 shares. Let's go on to the next one, NMRK. Right click, trade, buy. Boom. I'm going to be getting into that. I'm not sure why some of these fields are taking a little delay. It's probably because we're on the simulator, and that's okay. That's okay. Now, one thing you guys should know is you can connect a live trading account to Trade Ideas. You can connect an Interactive Brokers account. You can connect an E-Trade account, and you could place live trades, and your live trades would work exactly the way I'm doing these now. So whether you are trading in the simulator or trading to a connected live account, the process is exactly the same. There's no additional skills you need to learn here. And so, all right, I'm getting into all these stocks. I'm in now. I seem to be having some kind of delay here. I've been having some internet issues today, so it's most likely on my side. So I will apologize up front if things are slow or if I'm staticky or whatever. It's look, I live in a small mountain town, and sometimes the internet's not great. Usually it's great. 95% of the time it's great, but 5% it's wishy-washy. All right. So I got into all those trades. These are my executions. You can see them right here. If I go to my positions tab, all those positions are kind of in here, somewhere probably in the middle. And that's it. How sweet is that? How easy was that? How easy was that? And now what I like to do is I want to go through all my existing positions. I want to adjust my stop losses. So here's a daily chart. My stop loss is displayed on the chart with this red line that shows me where my stop loss is. And look how easy it is to adjust. If I want to move my stop loss from, where's it at? 68, 67 shows right there. This right up here feels like a good place to place my stop loss, right? If I don't want this thing to come back and try to fill that gap, that's no good. So I want to move my stop to right up there around 75.80 or yeah, 75.80. Check this out. All I got to do is just click on this line and drag it. Boom. And now my stop loss is working at that level. And you'll notice here on the line, it tells me the price of my stop is at, oops, what happened? That was, see, it's going to go back. There you go. So it's at my price, and look at that, 469. That tells me how much money I'll walk away with in profit if my stop loss gets hit. Now you'll see here in my trade blotter, right here, the top line, BLDR, I'm currently sitting on $663 of open profit. So that's nice. But if this thing pulls back and hits my stop, I'll walk away with approximately $469 in profit. Pretty cool, right? So I'm going to go through all of my open positions. I'm just going to click on the symbol that brings up the chart. I'm going to drag and drop my stop loss levels to new levels. And guys, there's no science here on where I place my stops. I'm a chart reader at heart. I'm a visual trader, okay? I'm not looking for exact science here. I'm not looking for exact math. I'm just looking for levels that are obvious to me and probably obvious to everybody, and that's okay, that if this level gets broken, that tells me that the upward trend has been broken, okay? I want to ride these things as long as I possibly can, all right? Ideal trade for me is a trade that I hold for months. If I'm holding it for months, that means it's going my way, and I've been raising my stop loss the whole time. I want to give it room, of course, but I want to always have my stop loss below levels that I believe are levels of obvious support. And right now, that's where that is for INVH. So I'll go through the rest of these quickly. I'm going to leave that stop right where that is. This one, I'm going to, yeah, we'll leave that one for now. Abbott, I'm going to bring this one up to last week's low, which is right there. That red candle last week, that was Tuesday. I think that's a good level of support for Abbott. This one, yeah, we'll leave that. That's good for now. We'll bring this one up. You don't need to be risking that much. Bring it up to right there. Okay. Again, guys, no exact science here. This one, obviously, some support here. It's been grinding sideways. Let's put the stop below the sideways grind right about there. Okay, very good. And are you getting a sense, guys, of how easy this is to do? These are the new trades I just got into today, so I'm not going to adjust these stops. These are okay. I'm going to scooch this one up just a little bit. There you go. Are you getting a sense of how easy it is, guys, to adjust these stops and manage positions, manage a portfolio of positions using Brokerage Plus? I mean, guys, if I'm managing a swing trade portfolio with a lot of stocks in it, this makes it super, super easy. All right, well, we don't seem to be having any questions at all today. Slow day. Did you guys get pooped out over the weekend? Too much Christmas shopping? We're already past Hanukkah, right? So not Hanukkah shopping, that's done? Right, we're past Hanukkah. It was early this year, really early. So guys, as a reminder, if some of you have tuned in late and missed my preamble at the top, this is the live Q&A session. So other than that strength alerts ramble that I just went through, I don't really have anything prepared to talk about, guys. This is your time. This is your hour to ask any questions you have about the software. If you don't have any questions, we're not going to have much to talk about. You listen to my music. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I know you don't want to stare at my face. So I'm going to change the screen here to my layout. And this is kind of the layout that I keep open throughout the day as I'm monitoring the stock market. These are the things I like to pay attention to. So if there's anything on my layout that's jogging any questions for you, feel free to jump in. Okay, Turner has a question about using RBI. Struggling getting things to hit the scanner. Is it 50% volume on too high? Well, first of all, Turner, on the RBI tool, so what Turner's asking about, and this is only available to premium subscribers, so if you're not a premium subscriber, either ignore this next section or, hey, maybe you'll learn something that you want to use. So if I go to new, and he's talking about right here, premium RBI GBI. All right, so you're using RBI 5, so let's pull one of those up. So this window is going to be empty right now. This is a real-time alerting window. This is an algorithm that's surfacing stocks that are exhibiting strong uptrends but have just taken a pause. And then you get alerted once that stock starts resuming higher. So RBI stands for red bar ignored. And the 5 stands for 5 period. So you're like 5-minute candles. So basically what it's looking for, and when we get an alert pop up, I'll have an example. But what it's looking for is we want to find a stock that has at least 4 consecutive green candles. And those are 5-minute candles, right? So a minimum of 4 consecutive green candles. And then a red candle happens. Once a red candle happens, this algorithm is on high alert, okay? If the next candle after that one red candle is a green candle, the moment it trades above that red candle, the first print above, that's when you're going to get the alert. That's telling you that the stock was in a big uptrend. Let's go this way. Stock was in a big uptrend. It paused, and now it's going higher. Those can be powerful, powerful intraday signals to trade against. And that's what the RBI GBI is. And so Turner, these are not customizable. So when you're talking about you're trying to hit the scanner as a 50% volume on RBI too high, you don't have any customizable. Whoops, I'm going to eat my own words here. This, I guess you can. I didn't know we could do this. I wonder if this is new. So you can put some filters in here. These are the only filters you could put in. So I guess, Turner, to answer your question, is 50% too high? Perhaps it is. I don't have an answer to that, but maybe remove that filter that you've got and see what happens. I mean, I'm not having anything come in at all right now anyway, so maybe it's just not the right market for it today. I mean, we've been pretty much, if you look at the S&P chart here in the upper right of my screen, we opened here today. I mean, we've been pretty much going down all day. So it doesn't surprise me if there haven't been a lot of alerts coming through here, because this is a bullish alert. It's looking for stocks that have at least 4 consecutive green candles. I can't imagine there were a whole lot of consecutive green candles in this downward price action all day today. Yeah. Now, so that's, oh, hey, alert just came through. So now I can show you guys an example. So this STX just popped up. So here you go. Let me expand this chart a little bit. So here we go. See this chart here? It's a 5-minute chart. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive green candles, and then we had a very skinny red candle, right? But as soon as we traded above this candle's high right here, that's when that alert popped into our screen. So this is telling you that this trend that paused and caught its breath is now resuming higher. Okay, I'm glad that came up finally. We have, these are 5-minute candles, but we have others, right? If you go to the new and go to RBI, GBI, we have 15-minute candle breakouts, 30-minute candles, okay? And then that's the RBIs. The GBI is in reverse, okay? That's green bar ignored. These are bearish signals. This is looking for a minimum of 4 consecutive red candles interrupted by 1 green candle and then resuming lower. Okay, so the RBIs at the top are the bullish ones. The GBIs at the bottom are the bearish ones. Hope that was instructive to some of you. Turner, thanks for bringing that up. And you taught me something new, Turner. I didn't think this was customizable at all. I don't know if this is a relatively new ad, or maybe I've just never used it. But I know people like want to do like exhaustive changes to these things. I'm like, no, you can't. It's one algorithm and that's it. PLD just came through. So here's another one, right? Like this one is, I mean, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I don't know, like 10 consecutive green candles. We had a red candle indicating a pause, and then boom, it just resumed higher, and that's when you got that alert. Iris, TI menu bar, new, premium RBI, GBI. That's where you get those. Yeah, Turner, we both learned something new. Thanks, buddy. Hey, and you know, that brings up a good point. Is that there's a lot of features on Trade Ideas, a lot of features. And just like any software, it can be overwhelming, especially if you're new here, if you're a first timer here. And it's just like any trading software, right? If you use Thinkorswim or TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or TradeStation or whatever broker you use, they got a lot of bells and whistles. There's a lot of features to figure out, and you're not going to figure them all out in the first day. And the same is true with Trade Ideas, okay? And look, I was an early Trade Ideas user as a trader. Back in 2006, I used this software when all we had back then was just alert windows. Software's come a long way since then. I worked at a prop trading firm, and they supplied all of our prop traders with Trade Ideas, and so I used it. And then I've been working with the company as an employee for almost 5 years now. And I'll tell you guys, I still learn new things every day. This was a perfect case in point. So don't be intimidated if you don't know everything. All right? This is why we do these live Q&As every single trading day at noon Eastern. You can come on back. We have different people that host these every day. I typically do Mondays. Tomorrow will be Michael Noss. Wednesdays is Steve Gomez. Thursdays is Jamie Hodge. Fridays is Andy Lindloff. Sometimes Chris Varley mixes in to give somebody a spell, give somebody a day off. But there's plenty of opportunities to get help where you need it. And we encourage you to come on back. Yes, Iris, we are on the 5 minutes. See right here in the RBI, GBI, see it says RBI 5. That means 5 minute. Okay, let's see. Todd Adams. Question. You said you'd risk $200, or was it 5% of account? Became confused when you were speaking, trying to follow along with your logic. So Todd, in the example that I was using where I was putting those trades on, if I bring back my Brokerage Plus, let's stretch this out so I can see my strategies tab. There it is. So in my swing trade buy strategy, if I right click and choose edit trading strategy and I go here to risk management, order details, I'm risking $200, okay? That's how I'm doing it. Now, how did I arrive at $200? Well, in this case, out of thin air. But I think to answer the question you're trying to get at, Todd, is like, how did I determine $200? I mean, I think a good rule of thumb for any trader on any time frame is that you never want to risk more than 2% of your capital on any one trade. Most of the long-term successful traders that I know risk less than 1% of their capital on any one trade. And so, you'll have to kind of, if your capital's fluctuating wildly every day, then you might have to come in here and manually change this every day. But like, let's say if you had a $10,000 account, then risking $200 per trade would be adequate. But if you have a $50,000 account, then you'd want to risk $1,000. Now, I shouldn't say you would want to risk. I mean, you got to figure out what you want to do. But I just think it's a real good rule of thumb for any trader on any time frame, never to risk more than 2% of your capital on any one trade. So whatever that math works out to be, whatever that dollar amount works out to be, you could set that right here in the order details tab based on stop loss. Now you have other ways to do position sizing if you wanted. You could do fixed dollars, meaning if I set this to say 5,000, then any position that I put on, it's going to buy $5,000 worth of stock, however many shares that buys. Okay. That's the fixed dollars amount. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. It's not ideal, but I don't hate it. You could do fixed shares. This is one I definitely do not like. You could say, I want to buy, 100 shares on every trade I get into. Well, that's fine if you trade stocks that all seem to be right around the same price point. Maybe you'd like to trade stocks between, 20 and 30 bucks a share, let's say. Then that's fine. But if you're trading all over the map, a trade in a $20 stock is going to look a lot different than a trade in, say, Amazon, which is a multi-$1,000 stock, or Tesla, right? So 100 shares in Tesla looks a lot different than 10,000 shares in, some $10 stock. So I don't like the fixed shares, but I know there's a lot of old school traders that like to do it. So there you go. But for me, I'm using based on stop loss. I'm positioning, I'm sizing my positions so that I'm only risking, in this case, 200 bucks. Kurt, going back to the RBI GBIs, are they designed for day trades or swing trades? They're definitely designed for intraday trading. Okay, definitely designed for intraday trading. However, I'll say that with a caveat. Let's go back here. If I open up the RBI GBI, I mean, we do it. You can trade off of 30-minute candles, and once you get the 30-minute candles, I mean, that feels to me that maybe you could stretch that into a swing trade. But at its heart, these were designed for intraday trading signals for sure. Iris, you might not have gotten any alerts yet because it's a real-time window. Okay, so you just got to wait till the next alert fires if you brought that window up. Oh, I see where you got confused, Todd. So when I was talking about the allocating $2,000 each stock, what I was talking about is I was going back to the Strength Alerts channel, and I was just telling you that I was doing a hypothetical example where we had a $10,000 portfolio, and we were investing our money equally 5 ways into these 5 stocks. So in that case, we were buying $2,000 worth of each of these names. Okay, that's what I was talking about there, Todd. No, Iris, I did not use confirmed. I feel like the confirmed is slower. The confirmed alerts on the RBI GBI, they're waiting for the candle to close. So whether you're on a 5-minute candle or 10-minute candle or whatever, it's waiting for the candle to close before you get the alert. I don't like that. I feel like that's slower. I'm just doing the regular. Okay, Barij, I hope I'm saying your name correct. Barij asks, can options alerts be relevant during trading day? I'm trying to make sense if it is relevant. If yes, how and why? We don't have options alerts, Barij. We have very limited options data, guys. If I go up here and go to a top list window and hit search and type in options, you'll see the entirety of our options signals right here. They're not even signals, they're filters. We do not have any alerts specific to options, okay? We only have some filters that are centered around options volume. But if you are, Barij, if you are an options trader, if you're just using options to make directional bets, like if you're bullish, you're buying calls. If you're bearish, you're buying puts. Well, in most cases, you're going to use trade ideas the same way a stock trader would use it, right? Because you're still looking to get alerted when a stock is making a move, right? So you would use it the same way that a stock trader would, but your vehicle of choice would be to use options. But we don't have any options alerts on the platform, anything specific or unique to options. David, going back to the RBI GBI, Peter, I see your question. I'll come to you in a sec. David says, do you think the concept behind RBI and GBI might be applicable to daily candles? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Markets are fractal, right? It doesn't matter what time frame you're on. The patterns, you see the same patterns on every time frame. So if you want to, expand that and look for those kind of setups on daily candles, you can do that. Unfortunately, we don't have those alerts built that way, but it shouldn't be too hard for you to kind of eyeball those. Yeah, for a swing trade, I think that would be a great idea. All right, let's go back to Peter here. Peter, can you set different strategies in B Plus to trade with a specific account? I'm looking to confirm that I can set a strategy to trade with a simulated trading account versus my E-Trade real money account. Well, yes. If I understand your question correctly, you can have different trading strategies trading into different accounts. So let's see. I got two strategies right here. I got a swing trade buys and a swing trade short. Okay. So let's say on the swing trade buys, let's right click and go under, hit the edit trading strategy. And see here in the accounts, I could choose a simulated trading account, right? I don't have any connected live accounts here. If I did, they would show up here. But so for our purposes here, we'll just show the simulated trading. So I can set this strategy to go to my simulated trading account, right? And I'll just hit OK. And then this strategy, I can right click under this hood or hit edit trading strategy. And for this account, so right now I got no account selected, but I could choose a different account. Again, I don't have any other live trading accounts connected, but if I did, they would show here and I could select it and have that strategy only trade to that account. So Peter, I hope that answers your question. I think it does. Let me know if you need any more color on that. Okay, Pamela. Hi, Pam. Let's see. Regarding 1 to 2% practices during the day. Stupid question. If you have more than one trade out there, are you still using 1% as a practice? Yes, Pam. I'm not thinking of my risk in aggregate. I'm trying to size my positional risk at no more than 1 to 2% of my capital on any one trade. Now, you are bringing up an important point, and depending on what kind of portfolio you're managing, what your time frames are, if you want to get next level on position sizing, absolutely, really smart portfolio managers will have a overall risk management exposure that they'll allow their portfolio to get to. So they might only risk 1% of their capital per trade, but then they might also say, and I want no more than 10% risk all in on all my positions. So once they get to 10 positions and they're risking 1% of their capital on all 10, then they say, okay, no more new trades until something comes off, right? Or they have to exit something before they put something new on. You can absolutely do that, Pamela. You won't be able to manage that per se in Brokerage Plus. You'd have to manage that manually. So let's say if I go to my positions tab and let's say your comfort level is 10 positions max and you're risking 1% of your capital on every one trade, right? So that's 10% of your account at risk at any one time. Well, what you could do is you keep an eye on your, so let's say you have an automated strategy trading, whether it's Holly or something else, and you just kind of keep your position tab open, and as new positions come in, these will fill in. And once you get to a point where you got more than 10, well, time to close something out because now you got more risk than you want. And the way I would do it, and I'm not saying this is the way you should do it, but the way I would do it is I would close the position that's showing me the biggest loss, right? And so in this case right here, this QGen, I'm sitting on an unrealized loss of $67. That's the position I would cut if I needed to cut out of some positions. So hope that answered your question, Pam. Looks like I got you, Pete. Awesome. Iris, what is the TIQ Market Explorer? Okay, good question. In your TI menu bar here, if you go to new, this is something relatively new we've recently launched. She's asking about the Market Explorer. Now, if you open this here, this is where the experts at Trade Ideas have thrown in some unique algorithms that are kind of outside of the scope of the software, at least to the tools available to the public, but some different things that we can do on the back end. And the way you access these strategies is once you've opened this window, you right click in the window, hit server window, and these are the strategies that we've created. These are custom strategies. I don't believe they are customizable. If I click on it, I'll open it up. Yeah, you cannot make any changes to these. These are just they are what they are, and you either use it or you don't. But to see any of these strategies, you just right click in the window, hit server window, and then find the strategy you want to use. You might find this useful. That's what that is. Good question though. Okay, what's going on over here? Excuse me one sec. I got bells and whistles going off on my computer. I don't know if you heard that. Did you guys hear that? Got bells and whistles going off all over the place. Dun, 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 dun. Someone's trying to reach me at Trade Ideas. Let me just chat with them real quick. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm back. I'm back, baby. All right. So Pam, I got your question answered. Peter, I got your question answered. Iris, I think I handled the TI Explorer or the Market Explorer. So folks, we have about 20 minutes left for me to hang out here and answer questions. And then at the top of the hour, we pass the room back to Barry. And Barry is in the live trading room, and he'll take you all the way close to the close. At which point, our boy Chris Varley is going to run another kind of open, it's part Q&A, part what's happening in the markets kind of thing. That'll happen at the close and it goes on for a little bit after the close. The real takeaway, guys, is look, all trading day long, every trading day, if you bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now, if you bookmark this link, you can come back every trading day during market hours and you will see live streaming content here. If it's not the Q&A, then the rest of the time it's Barry simulcasting the live trading room, the free live trading room, where you're looking over the shoulder of an expert trader who's using trade ideas. He's trading real money. And you're looking over the shoulder as he uses trade ideas to surface his best trading ideas, right? I mean, it's in the name, right? And Barry talks you through the trades he's doing. He's talking you through what he's seeing, what he's observing. He does his best to answer questions where he can. He's got somewhere around 800 people in that room, so he can't answer everybody's questions. But he does a really great job. But the point is, there's live streaming content all trading day long, every trading day right here on this channel. So bookmark it if this is your first time here. Hey, we're glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Come on back. Okay, Barij, I see your question. That's the cloud link. It happened today for the stock BLU. Barry mentioned it and then it started to move up. So I was trying to understand the correlation. I'm not sure I understand your question there, Barij. Was there a question? Okay, Sam, how did I get to the Market Explorer option? Okay, the way you launch any window in Trade Ideas, any window, is you go to your TI menu bar at the top, you go to New, and you'll find it right there. You guys, you won't see all these like 30 other things down here. I'm running a developer's version. You guys will see all the windows right down here to Brokerage Plus. Okay, so these are every single window you could launch on Trade Ideas, and this is how you find Market Explorer. Just click it, and that will launch it. And then to launch any one of the strategies that are within Market Explorer, you just right-click, hit Server Window, and then choose the strategy you want. And guys, these strategies are going to change. I don't think they change daily, but they do change frequently as the guys here come up with some cool new ideas, or maybe they got an idea from a customer who said, hey, this would be a really cool thing to do, but I can't seem to do it with the software. Well, great. We'll build it for you and put it right in here. So something cool to look at. All right, John Lawler, is Brokerage Plus a trading platform or does it connect to other platforms like TD? So Brokerage Plus is a trading platform. You can manage all of your trading right from this window, but only with connected accounts. So you can only connect to, right now you can only connect to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Those are your only options. So unfortunately, TD is not an option right now. We're working on it, but it's going real slow. I'm not a tech guy. I'm not a coder. I can't tell you what the issues are. I don't know what the issues are, but they've been working on it, and then it's been hard, and it's taken a while. I don't have any ETA on when that's gonna get done. I know there's a lot of you out there who want it. We get asked all the time. Hopefully soon. Okay, Sam, if you're not seeing, what were you asking about? Market Explorer, you might not be running the latest version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so if you're not seeing Market Explorer showing up here, then you're not running the latest version. I mean, I'll show you what I'm running. I'm currently running version 0.53, okay? So if you're not running the latest version, it's real simple to upgrade. It takes 2 seconds, not 2 seconds. It takes like a minute, but it's super easy. Just go to the Trade Ideas website, trade-ideas.com. At the top, there's a download. In fact, here, we'll go there real quick. Trade-ideas.com. So if you go up to, we're on our website, our homepage. If you go to download software up here at the upper right, click on download software. And then you could download here. I would skip, this is the production version. We always have 2 versions listed, right? We have a download or the latest production version, or if you scroll down further, we have the beta version. Oh, there it is, the beta version. I always go with the beta version. It's public ready, okay? It's technically the beta, but it's public ready. I would download this one. This will give you all the latest bells and whistles. And so that's where you can go. It's real simple. Just click on download and follow the on-screen instructions. It takes less than a minute. Super easy. So that's why you're not seeing it, Sam. You're just not running on the latest version. Same for you, Peter. I see that you had the same issue. All right, all right. Okay, so we have, what time is it here? We got about 10 minutes left, or 15 minutes. Got about 15 minutes left, guys. So I see that there's 56 of you here in the room. So if you're sitting on a question that we haven't covered yet, please come on in, ask your question. There's no dumb questions here. I promise you, if you have a question about something, I promise you there's somebody else who's going to benefit from the answer as well. So if nothing, you are giving by asking a question. Okay, Kurt says, can you walk through setting up a trading strategy? I cannot get mine to execute. They show up in the last signal time, but just sit there. So Kurt, are you talking about, Brokerage Plus, correct? So you're in the strategies tab and you've built a strategy here, but you're not seeing any trades come, or you're not seeing the trades get executed. Is that right? I'm assuming that's what you're at. Well, one thing you might want to check, Kurt, is you want to go here, go to edit trading strategy. Okay. All right, Kurt, I'm glad we're in the same place. You want to edit trading strategy and you want to make sure you've got on the first tab here, configuration, you want to make sure you got an account selected. Okay. If this looks like this right now, if it looks like none, then that's why you're not getting any trades executed. Okay. So you want to select an account, whether it's a simulated account or your live account. You got to have something, got to have some place to have these orders sent to. All right. So make sure you got that set up. Let me know, Kurt, if that was what the issue is. If not, we'll dig a little deeper. So Kurt, you had that account set up and you're still not seeing any trades come through. Okay. The next thing you'll want to do, answer this for me, Kurt. Is this an automated strategy or is this a manual, like where you're clicking, where you're actually physically hitting the buy and sell buttons? Or are you trying to auto trade Holly? That's the other question. Is this an auto trading strategy and or is it Holly? Let me know. Manual. Okay. So what you're saying, Kurt, is when you go up here and you go on a chart and you right click and hit trade, boom, you're not seeing it. You're not seeing the trade happen. It's not going into your executions. You're not seeing that at all. I mean, that tells me there's something wrong with your trading, with your strategy setup. You really just got to kind of go through these tabs and make sure you got the account, which you said you already had, so that's good. Maybe, I don't know why this would be an issue, but just make sure you got the time set wide open, so 9:30 to 4 p.m., so there's no restriction there. Okay. Are you using limit orders, Kurt? Maybe you're using limit orders and your orders just aren't getting filled. That could be a thing. In fact, Kurt, why don't you do this? So you're saying you're hitting the button and sending the orders. Now go to your orders tab, and do you see the orders resting? Are they in this tab here? Are they showing that they're working? And if they are, that probably tells me that they're limit orders, and your limit's just not getting filled. Market hasn't come to your price yet. So Kurt, are you in the orders tab? Go to your orders tab right now. Do you see your orders working right now? Okay, so they are market orders, so they should get filled right away. Let me see here. Okay, so don't have to worry about that. I'm out of ideas there, Kurt. I don't know why your orders are not getting executed. Is this all orders or just some orders? Is it like you just can't get anything to execute? Okay. Kurt, unfortunately, I'm out of ideas here, so I'm going to have to send you to our tech support team. I mean, I'm sure it's a simple thing. But I'm out of ideas on what that might be. If you could send an email to our support team, they could figure it out for you. I'm putting it in the questions panel here. info@trade-ideas.com. Please send your question to the team there. We'll get a smarter guy than me or smarter girl than me to answer that question for you. I'm sorry I can't solve it, but I'm confused. I don't know why you can't get orders sent, especially if you got an account selected. Okay, bear with me 1 sec again. Boy, I'm just getting pinged all over the place. Busy day, I guess. Busy day in support land. Bum 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 bum. Mm-hmm. All right. So Pam, so can we review yet one more time setting up risk and reward on brokerage plus sim? Okay. So here's how I set up the risk reward, Pam. I right click on the strategy. I hit edit trading strategy. And the two tabs that are going to be most important to you relevant to the risk and reward is start at the risk management tab. Okay. Set up how you're going to use a stop loss. Okay, you don't have to use a stop loss, but this is going to be instructive in if you're risking a set dollar amount per trade, right? So set your stop loss, whether it's $1 stop loss or a percent. Dollars basically means, you could set it to I want all my stops to be $1 away. Okay, I don't recommend that because again, you could be trading a very high price stock like Amazon, where a dollar move against you is just noise. It's not even a real thing, but it'll get you stopped out. That's no good. I always like the percent-based stop losses, and I'm going to set mine at 5. Okay, so that's how you set where your stop loss could be. You could also have a profit target if you want. I don't use profit targets, but you could say, I want my stock to get exited at a profit when it's up 10%. Okay, great. You could do that, but I don't like that, so I'm going to turn that off. And then you want to go to the next tab, the order details tab. You've got your stop loss set at 5% away, or whatever. You could be 10%, it could be 7%, whatever your number is. Once you got that, then you go to the order details tab, and for position sizing, you choose based on stop loss, okay? And then set the amount of dollars you're willing to risk. So Pam, whatever your number is, it could be $200 a trade you're willing to risk. It could be $1,000 a trade. Maybe you're a whale and you're willing to risk 20 grand per trade. You can set that up, right? You can put that number in there, and then it'll size your position properly. Okay, that's all you got to do, Pam. Pretty easy, I think. If it's not, let me know. Let me know where you're getting hung up. Okay, anybody have any questions on things we didn't talk about today? Something quick, because we only have 5 minutes left. So the limit offset is if you are using limit orders. Okay, so if you're using a limit order to enter your trades, you could say, I'm putting my limit in, but I'll pay up an extra 2 cents, just to get the fill. That's what that's for. Yeah, Todd, I think your math is correct there. The way I think through it, and I think this is the way you're saying it, but I'll speak it through. Let's say I have let's say I got a $10,000 account, and I'm willing to risk $100. Okay, which is 1% of my capital. So let's just remember, $100 is how much capital I'm willing to risk. Now I also have a 10% stop loss on the share price of whatever I'm getting into. So let's say I'm buying a $100 stock. My stop will be set at 10% away. So in this case, my stop would be at $90 a share. I'm buying it at 100. My stop loss will be at $90 a share. What's that difference? It's $10, right? 100 minus 90 is $10. So I take the amount of money I'm willing to risk, which is $100, divide it by 10. That's the difference between my entry and my stop. 100 divided by 10 equals 10. That's how many shares I would buy. I would buy 10 shares, because if I lost $10 a share times 10 would be $100. So I believe that's what your math had there, Todd. But yeah. John, the live trading accounts that are supported with Brokerage Plus are currently Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Those are the only brokers right now that accept live orders from Trade Ideas. We hope to have more someday. But we've been saying someday for a long time, so I can't tell you when it'll happen. But right now, Interactive Brokers and E-Trade offer live connected trading through Brokerage Plus. All right. Well, folks, looks like the S&P wants to retest the lows of the day. Here we go. Been some big movers intraday today. Here's Miggy. That's kind of a low floater. This thing had quite a morning. This thing ripped from it, opened at $10 a share or $10.50, screamed all the way up to 15 and a half. Let's come back 50% of the way, but boy, those are some wild rides right there. What's going on here in ALXO? Ooh. Meanwhile, this is a daily chart. This thing's just been getting crushed over the last 3 months. And today, they're just piling on. Stock's down 28%. Ouch. Ouchie. All right, I'm going to ping Barry, see if he's ready to take the room back here, just so he's locked and loaded. Well, folks, just as a reminder, for those of you who maybe were here for the first time, we do these live Q&A sessions every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of people that host the session. I do Mondays typically. Tomorrow, come on back. It'll be Michael Noss. Wednesday, Steve Gomez. Thursday, Jamie Hodge. Friday, Andy Lindloff. Or if you got a burning question coming in at the end of the day, coming in hot at the end of the day, Chris Varley is now running a kind of a free-for-all session at the market close. It's for questions if you want to talk markets, whatever. I highly recommend you get in there. All right. So last call for questions, guys. I got a minute left, something quick. Otherwise, we're going to pass you back to Barry. Barry is standing by to take your order. Barry, we had a bunch of good questions today, so I credit you, my friend. You keep everybody interested in learning about all the cool new features. So right on, Barry. Edgardo, yes, you can short stocks on E-Trade. I can't speak to the issues you're having with TD Ameritrade, but yeah, you can find shorts on E-Trade. I know some stocks aren't borrowable, especially if you're trading in penny stock land, but that's going to be true at any brokerage.
Boy, I remember this one, Silica, when it was way up here, probably even higher. Look at this one. I mean, this is, well, it's 2017. I get it. $60 stock, $9 now. That I doubt. But let's look at Sigma as real pointed this out, okay? Maybe look at it above the above the VWAP, 1543. How's American AMC doing? I just hope these people that were so bound and determined to hold on to this because it was going to 1,000 or whatever the heck Yeah, Hood. Oh, wow. I mean, it's under 19. Here's a nice little headline. Buy Robinhood for its meme potential, but beware of the significant legislation risks. Okay, guys, all I'm doing right now is checking some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything that I'm wild about. I mean, the Veru it's been curling a little bit here, but I mean, it just got, it's like the news looked really good. I mean, you get FDA approval, sounds great. Market just doesn't care. Literally doesn't care right now anyway. I mean, it went from being up at $7.40 down to $6. It's actually negative now. Well, this was moving okay. Yeah, I mean it's moving a little bit. Had a big pop in the pre-market. Market opened, had a nice run until 1841, and now so it's starting to come back a little bit. I'm just not great at playing these ones. These kind of curling up ones. Yeah. Well, listen, if it got down to 11, even I might take a few shares. All right, so TGLS, well, let's see, what was the high? Couple of things. It's got the 200-day at 2032, so it's a little bit above that. The high on Friday was 21.19. I'm just pointing this out because it's in my option scanner. Barrage, if I'm pronouncing your name right, Barrage. I see you asked that question of Sean about the option scanner. I thought I explained it. I mean, all it is, you know, instead of just looking at, most people just look at volume, right? So if the volume is abnormal, then, you know, the stock should have some movement if you're trying to trade intraday. You know, you don't want to trade anything that doesn't look like it has some movement. So the obvious way is looking at volume, but not just the absolute volume, but the relative volume. You know, I mean, you can't say, well, I only trade stocks that trade 1 million shares a day. Okay, fine. But what if that's the norm for a stock? Is it going to do anything extraordinary? Maybe not. But a stock that is trading 1 million shares today that normally only trades 100,000 shares over the last, you know, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that's pretty extraordinary. So that's all I'm doing with the option scanner. That's all I'm doing. I'm just looking for abnormal option activity to kind of find stocks that could be moving abnormally. I'm not trading the option, but it helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally just based on option flow. That's all, or option, the contracts, number of contracts being extraordinary compared to what it normally does. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, as I said before, if it helps a person trade the actual option, fine. I can't, you know, I can't say that it does because I don't trade options. But there are some in the room who say, yeah, our option filters can at least get them looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. It's getting closer. You have it at the VWAP, right, Real? I think you have an alert set at the VWAP, 1542-ish or so for the Sigma. Oh, 1475. Okay, well, it's there. All right, BCLI. Let's take a look at BCLI. Another one that was active last week. Sure, why not? $14 target, why not? So the next high looking left is 4. So if it takes out 4, let's see here. Yeah, 421 on the monthly. Just not interested. Okay, maybe again the Veru curling a little bit here. Maybe if it got over 6, it might have another little run in it. Nice base here. But it doesn't matter though. I mean, an FDA approval. I mean, that's a big deal. FDA approval. So William, our resident bio researcher, maybe you can try to figure out. I mean, I see what they're trying to do, and that's a, you know, certainly it's a big market. There are some established drugs on the market already, of course, but it is definitely a big market. No, really, you've got to stop everything and listen to me. Okay, so for user, I think I have an alert set at 10. You know, with all these guys who were behind the underwriting, basically trying to really pump it today. Not working. Well, I guess it is working to a certain extent, but I mean, I shouldn't say that. Obviously, it did work in the pre-market, but the market open and really not that much enthusiasm. But I will put an alert, you know, just over, I think I have one already, just over 10. Like varying price targets between 10 and 15 that I saw. It might help if I take my sound toggle off to put it on. I wasn't getting any new alerts. Ah, yes. Remember Clovis, guys? I can't remember who it was. Used to be in the room every single day till he got upset. And he was talking about Clovis every single day. This is back in 2017, 18, I guess. 2017. This hit $100. All right, guys. Ask me some TI questions if you have any stored up. I'm getting a little bored right now. There's nothing really happening. For me, I'm just getting no new alerts. Yeah, that was a heck of a one, Zach. Um, any new features other than the race car? I mean, I notice whether you think that's a big deal or not. I notice that it's here now. At least what there we are. I don't think it's active yet. It's coming. Okay, where you have little. Basically, you turn a topless into a race. I mean, that's it in essence. I'm not going to talk about it too much until we actually have it here. And in terms of displaying all the windows, I think so. You just click on Windows and Show All. Oh, I see. Well, that shouldn't be. I have to click Windows Show All every time I switch from our trading room to DI. So you only got one monitor, I take it. That I'm not. Then I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I thought though that you could have your the trading room. You can detach it. If you go to the gear, and I think right here between the color palette and that sound icon, you can detach the chat so it can float. I don't know if that's going to help you or not. I mean, that should help, right? I mean, then you're not having to toggle back and forth. The main toolbar window. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the only way I can see is just show all, which you've been doing. So I'm not sure. Is there any sort of setting that you have to change? I don't think so. Of course, I don't have that issue because I've got three monitors. But if I didn't have three monitors and I just had the one, I think all I would do is just float the chat, and then I'd have this up and running, all the windows I want. Unless I am misunderstanding what you're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, if you float the chat. Now, I don't know what happens when you click on something. What happens to that window? I really don't know. But I guess you'll find out. Just the best must mean it had tanked. TRHC must have tanked well. Yep. Another one. Shorting these pops, guys. What is needed to set up limit prices, and do I need to hit false strike? So, okay, so strength alerts. Well, let's take a look at one of them. I think there was a cheap one that I saw. Okay, so NMRK as an example. Okay, so I'm just going to write that down. NMRK, or sorry, yeah, NMRK. Okay, so here's NMRK. So what are you trying to do? You want to put in a stop? So are you doing this? Like, if you're trying to do this manually, then. Okay, so for instance, NMRK right now. I mean, right now there's a penny spread. So I mean, would you want to take it right now? I mean, if you're doing all this manually, it's pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty simple to do. I mean, I'm looking right here. It says 1621, 1623. So if you're not auto trading it, then why not just pick a price to get in? I mean, so if I'm looking, again, if I'm looking at NMRK and I'm doing this manually, and I say, yeah, I want to take the trade right now, so okay, I've got to go in at 1623. You know, pick how many shares you want. I'll buy it at the market because the spread's only there it is, 1623. So I'm not sure I understand. Now you're in the trade. Now you can add your stop. Doing it all manually. Well, if you want to take them, so you want to set them up to take them at a certain price automatically. Ah, okay. Are you sure you want to do that? You see, first of all, okay, now I think I understand. Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem, in my opinion. Let's take a look at the strength alerts that have been. The problem with trying to, oops, okay, the problem with trying to put a limit on, okay, how are you going to put a limit, like what are you going to use? Because if you're going to use the same limit for every one of them, I mean, here's an ANTM at $430. I mean, if you know, I could see putting a limit offset of 5 cents for this one, but, you know, if you want, I mean, this is going to be completely up to you. But you're talking about auto trading them with the same limit offset for each one of them. But look at the discrepancies in the price ranges. Okay, I mean, you could put like a 50-cent limit on the ANTM because it's a $430 stock, where you wouldn't want to do that for NMRK, right? Problem with auto trading is that it's for, you can't pick and choose the individual stock. Like in other words, a different offset for the different prices. But here's the deal: Why do you want to auto trade? I mean, there's only 5 stocks. Why not take a look, see if you like the trade, and in the simulator, go ahead, see if you like the trade. You have a stop. I mean, I think they kind of give you a stop, and just see how it's trading. Here's GM. I mean, 59.91, 59.92. I mean, it's only a penny. It's not like there are 100 stocks that you have to do this with, and it's only once, only Monday morning. And I wouldn't get too hung up of, well, I wanted to get GM at 59.92. Now it's 59.96. I mean, I don't think that's the end of the world as an example. But if you could auto trade them and put a limit offset, but again, with the difference in huge discrepancy sometimes in the prices, it won't make any sense. Does that make sense? And the only way you could do it would be to create an alert window, symbol list with those 5 symbols in, and then you have to, you would load it in. I mean, again, I don't recommend this. It's only 5. Then you'd have to load it in. Let me just bring up strategies here. Whoops. Okay. You'd have to load it in here. But this is what I'm trying to say. If you edit the trading strategy, okay, but notice in the order details, you can only have one limit offset for the entire strategy. So you can't say, okay, for stocks between 10 and 15, I want a 5-cent offset. For stocks between 20 and 50, I want a 10-cent. Do you see what I'm saying? So to me, it just doesn't make any sense. Well, you could set it up to do it, but to me it doesn't make sense. And again, because there are only very few, I think you've heard me say this, or maybe you haven't, but I say this all the time. I never ever take a trade without looking at the chart first. So I always click on the symbol. And then, if I want to take the trade based on what I'm seeing, I take the trade. So well, now again, the stop limit, you mean where you're going to get stopped out. Here, get rid of this. If you're going to follow this exactly, again, you can't put like a percent or anything like that. You see what it says? Levels of interest, 80. Stop, 70. Oh, I see, okay. Anyway, what I would do, only 5 alerts a week. I would do it manually. Ah, now that's different. Okay, Pamela, that's different. Okay, you've seen me do that before. So IRM. Okay, so what you're saying is this though. Okay, so you're saying I don't want to take it now. I want to take it if it pulls back to a certain price. Ah, okay. Well, that's different. That's easy enough to do also. So knowing where your stop is, right? If you're going to obey the stop that is suggested, and then knowing where you want to get in. Again, this is all in the simulator. Let's just say you wanted to get in here at 48.79, right down there. Okay, so again, knowing where your stop is, that's going to share size you, right? Because you only want to risk a certain amount per trade. So if you knew you were getting in here at, you wanted to get in here at 40, say 48.81, and again, you would have had to set this up, you know, ahead of time to know how many shares you're going to take. But I'll just take it. I'll just do the mechanics of it. What did I say? 48.79. In both of these boxes, okay, the price and the stop. Okay, you click on the buy button. Now you'll see a blue line. So if it comes down to this level, it'll take the trade. And again, you'll know where your stop is because if you're going to obey, you know, what they suggest your stop is. So, you know, let's just, you know, let's say it was 33 1/3 cents away. That means you're going to risk 100. If you took 300 shares, that means you're risking $100 on the trade. So again, you should have your how much you're willing to risk on the trade. You know that ahead of time. So it'll be the difference between your entry and your stop. Divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. That would have share size you. And you could do that for every one of them. You know, if you saw something shoot up and you weren't in it and you just wanted to play it on a pullback, you do the same. Or even if, let's just say for argument's sake, you thought, man, this is up here, but I think if it broke, you know, maybe the 200-day moving average is on top or, you know, something that is preventing it. But if it broke through that, I want to take the trade. So you could have done it above the current price too. No, it won't automatically. It won't automatically because every stop is different. Okay, every stop is based if you're following this. You know, every stop. It's not like there's a certain percent every. It's not like there's a certain percent every like 10% below the entry. Okay, here's one. You know, 17. Here's your stop. 15.50. You know, they're all going to be different. There's no, you know, 63.50, 59. It's not like it's a set percentage below the entry. It's based on probably something on the chart. Okay? But it's a great exercise to do it because that'll help you understand share sizing and having the same risk in terms of how much you're willing to risk dollar-wise on the trade. Sure. Well, let's do a real simple one, okay? Okay, I'm just, again, here are the mechanics. Let's say I wanted to take Sigma right now. And I'm going to take 500 shares just to make this math easy. I'm going to buy at the market. Okay, so you see where I got in. 1446. Whoops. 1446 right there. Now, before I got into the trade, I would know where my stop is. Again, you know, you have to have a plan before you get into the trade, and you have to know where your stop is. So you get into a trade, you have to know, okay, if it doesn't work, where am I going to take myself out because it's not working. Okay, so you'll notice there's a red line now on the chart, and it says minus 97. It's approximately 100. Okay, so why does it say that? So again, if you're going to risk $100 a trade, I can't tell you how much you're going to risk, but I'm just making the math easy. If I get into the trade at 1446 and my stop is 20 cents away, again, that's not because every trade I get into, it's 20 cents away. It's got to be based on something. So, I mean, if you're going to use the stops that they're suggesting, in the strength alerts. But in this particular case, I purposely put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math easy. And why? 1446 minus 1426 equals 20 cents. I divide that into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, and I get 500. And notice I got taken out. Okay, I got taken out of the trade for a $100 loss. This is in the simulator. So basically, your entry minus your stop price, divide that into how many dollars you're willing to risk on the trade, and that will share size you. Now, don't get too hung up if, well, it's, I took 500 shares, there should have been, 493 shares. Don't get too hung up on that, but it's just a little bit of quick math, and then that'll share size you. Does that make sense? If not, I'll do it again. Yeah, ESSC, just, some action. So let's just take a look at the one of them though. All right, so here's a $1.50 stop, right? If you got into the trade right at 17, if you're able to get into the trade at 17 and your stop is $1.50, and you were only going to risk $100 on the trade, so you would divide $1.50 into $100, and you would get around 66 shares. Whether you took 70 shares or 65, it's not the end of the world. Definitely worth looking at. I mean, it's an all-time high. It's definitely worth looking at. We've seen this. This is really ripping now, and this is a SPAC. I mean, anybody know who they're? I seem to remember they had actually. Okay, social media mentions. Well, that's right. They're taking this GHD Holdings public. Okay. So it's a China stock that they're looking to merge with. No, I think Sigma's done, guys. At least it's done for another while. Sigma now at 14. Yeah, I'm a little reluctant to do anything on the long side right now. Yeah, easy come, easy go, guys. There's a $2 drop just like that. Yeah, Sean, I'll do the same thing. So anybody looking to get a little more information about using Interactive Brokers as your broker, This is not an absolute recommend. I mean, I've been using them for 5 years, 6 years now. Meanwhile, ALXO continues its little march downward. I don't have very much left, guys, but just enough to make it interesting if it gets down to, say, I don't know, 21. Look how beautiful this was. I mean, it was a little, it got me, took me out the first time, not for a loss, but just for, okay, covered everything. And then, I mean, look at this from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost an hour and a half. Beauty. And of course, the big one though really was the IGMS, which I did not get. And even now, it's just basing. This could easily. I mean, look, it's going to it's going to do one or two things. I almost guarantee it's not going to stay here. So this could have another leg down, or maybe it has a rally of some sort. But what a great short! 31, $5 from the AI, and right here from my 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think I'm doing anything. You sure it's not in your head, real? All right. Okay. Tell me if you're getting a constant thumping right now. Okay. Now, is it just because I move my mouse around? Nothing I can do about that. Okay. I'll just remind me. I'm not a big leg shaker, but I guess every now and then I could. I am not. I'm not. I really am not. Okay, are we in for round 3 for ESSC? Let's stick on a little around 1812 and see if it takes it out. You can download my scans, okay? I'm sharing a lot of individual scans, most of what you see here, okay? So if you go to my home page, go to my home page, click on that link, and it'll bring you right here, and then go to the scan section. And if you click here on scans, here are the scans. Pick and choose which ones you might want. Not much happening for me right now, guys. I'm just looking at my thumbnail charts. Not much happening. So I don't think this one is going to take off. There's blue, BLU. Sort of waiting on this one. Would have been beautiful if it just hung underneath 9 here, but it's starting to drift down too much, I think. Don't think it's going to, but you never know. Thing is, it's not a crazy low float. Exactly. All that good news, nada. Just like the Veru, Veru. All right, guys, I'm out of the ALXO now completely. Now this looks like it wants to have a bit of a bounce in it. ALXO. I mean, it's already bounced about $1, but just right here. I'm not taking it, just sort of showing you what I'm seeing. But for those of you who are interested in bounce plays, this could get interesting. Okay, so when you click on so there's the link. When it brings up a page, I can't find your setting, okay? So again, when you click on it, go to the scan section right here. Okay, this has got a lot of information, but this is the scan section right here. And then click here, here they are. Okay? Now, if you're not bringing up, this window here, then there's something wrong. But I just checked the link and it works. No, guys, ALXO, it's again, I haven't taken, I probably won't take it, but definitely a nice little bounce taking place. Well, it's a nice bounce now, guys. ALXO. I mean, I did not take it, but that's a great little bounce. ALXO. Agio. Okay, here's that EFOI showing up. Yeah, talk about, yeah, you guys were saying schizo. Yeah, up to 4, down to 369. Low float, 4.5 million in the float. Friday's high, 413. If it can clear that, then the next high is 442. So, I mean, it's possible. No, I see SY, another one just nonsense. SYTA, I saw it got halted and then it resumed. All right, so you might want to keep, again, for those of you who like to play bounces and all, IGMS. IGMS is kind of, again, basing here. I don't think it's not going to stay here. The question is, of course, I'm not going to guess with the direction, but I mean, it's going to move one way or the other. So instead of having to stare at it, see, we're at 27.19, so put an alert. Let's say 27.30, okay, on the high side. And then underneath at 27. Um, 27, yeah, 27. I know, yeah, just a minute. I've got to position it here. Okay, so now now it's bracketed. So if it pops to the high side, I'll know about it. If it pops to the low side, I'll know about it. Now I don't have to stare at it. Okay, now that was a drop. Okay, that was a coaster dropping. All right, guys. So there. Okay. So there. A little bit of a break here. A little bit of a break on top for IGMS. And then the break below. So still kind of directionless. We had a break above and a break below. Yeah, DWAC is one of the ones I do have thumbnailed. I do see it's moved a bit. Little pop, little bit of a pop here. Another little bio guys making an all-time low, ALVR. Not very much volume. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to up my volume. This is coming in my lifetime low scan. I think I'll up the volume to about 500,000. So here's another one, TDCX. TDCX. Wow, this is a lifetime low. Wow, look at this. I mean, these people who bought up here, they're almost $30, almost cut in half. I know I keep saying that, but these things are just, look at these past weeks for this TDCX. And again, this is just coming from the lifetime lows, just a simple top list showing lifetime lows. I just upped it from 200,000 to 500,000. And it may not be a lifetime low. It may be 5% above the lifetime low. So it's within 5% of a lifetime low for me to see in this top list. You guys are shorting aloe before. All right, guys, ESSC looking interesting. Volume, some volume coming in. Bit of a tough spread, 0938. Bit of a tough spread. No, we don't have an alert like that, Dova. We only have filters for the RSI. We have no alert. You can find stocks that are. So here's the 1 minute RSI, okay, but it's not going to, what you're asking for is an alert when it hits 30 in the 1 minute RSI. No, you can only set a filter for it. So you can see stocks that are, under 30 or over 30 or whatever number you want. Between, you want to, you can maybe try it between. But you cannot get an alert when it actually happens. How do I know volume is coming? In what respect? No, there's no alert for it. you can only set a filter. So you can see all stocks, you know, on that 1 minute RSI that are 30 or less, or, you know, a range, a minimum of 30, 25, max of 30, something like that. But you're not going to get an alert when it happens. All right, so if I right click, configure, search, and just type in RSI. So here's the 1 minute RSI. So you can set a filter to show you stocks. You might want to use this in a top list, I don't know. But so let's just say you wanted to see stocks between 25 and 30. Okay, that's what you would do. Okay, and you'd see stocks where the RSI is between 25 and 30. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say you can do that. I don't know how many alerts you'll get. I mean, as you know, Roberto was saying, I mean, you can put 29 and 31 and see what you get. And then an alert. The alert, I don't know what you'll use. Or you can have a top list, and you'll see the ones that are, you know, really close between 29 and 31. All right. So what are you using for your trigger? Let's just say, for argument's sake, we wanted to say 29 and 31. So what are you going to use as your actual alert? A new high of the day, a new 5 minute high, a new, like what? Everything. Well, again, low of the day is not an alert. It's only a filter. Well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, then I'm sorry. So you can use the alert. Okay, so if you want to do this, 29 and 31. And then for your alert, your actual alert, a new low of the day. I mean, you can try that. I have no. You may not get very many because you're making it pretty tight, of course, with, you know, between 29 and 31. But so your alert would be a new low of the day, with other filters in place, of course. You know, maybe a minimum number of shares. You know, that's up to you. Price range. Again, that's all up to you. So you use every alert. How many alerts are you getting? You're just using a lot of different alerts. Oh, I see. Okay, well, you can try that, I guess. I never thought of that. So take a look at. So Dova, take a look. This is just a window, right? It's not a layout. It's not a layout, right? Okay. So oh, it's a multi-strategy window. Oh, just two of them. Okay. Well, let me break one of them out. Oh, I see. So you're using every single alert that we've got. All right. Well, hey. So what he's saying to do then is to use every single alert. And now with your specific one, you can put 29, like the 1 minute RSI, 29 and 30. And then whatever filters you want, other filters like a price range or a minimum volume, and you know, that's up to you. Okay, so you're talking about this one. You're going to use this one, which only gives maybe a grand total of 10 alerts a day. Okay, well, you can do it. Or, instead of having, you could use this window as it is and just add a column with that 1 minute RSI to see what the number is when you get the alert. I mean, you're not getting too many. You're not getting so many alerts. So, I mean, personally, that's what I would do. Does that make sense? I would do that. I mean, you may not get any alerts. I mean, you might get one a month. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. But for fun, let me break this out. Okay, so here it is. Now I will add that as a column. 1 minute, show column. Okay. Okay. So here it is. So at the time of the alert, most of them are going to be high, okay, in this case, because you probably will not get anything. If you're trying to use this one and you want to see if anything is at between 29 and 30, it's probably not going to happen because these are strong stocks, okay? Okay? All right, so the market is basically flattened out for the last hour and a half or so, not really moved too much. Look, I mean, yeah, I talk about directions. Look at IGMS. It's still sitting right here. I refuse to believe it's going to stay here. It's going to move one way or the other. I just can't believe it's just going to flatline until the end of the day. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, Dora, I've seen you post or something like that. I don't understand what it means. Are you just trying to pump our website or what? In our YouTube room? I don't know what it means. Just don't have the faith in taking this. Sorry. EFOI. EFOI. Above Friday's high. The next high is 442. Well, if I absolutely had to do something, guys, I'd be, woo, what happened here? BCLI just triggered. BCLI just triggered in my option scanner. What does it have over here? Let's see, the high 421 couple of months, 4 months ago, 421, 405, 405, 475. So I guess it's got some room if it takes out that 421. I would really be watching the IGMS. I really, this looks poised. Looks kind of poised. And look at that 15-minute chart. Let me expand it a little bit. In fact, let me bring a big one up. So look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just sort of basing. It's going to break one way or the other. You know, with it being down so much, you would think maybe there's a little bounce in store. But I'm not predicting that's going to happen, but put my alert 2727 again, and then underneath. And just see if it can break out. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. Well, if you're trading EFOI, I mean it's working not badly. Well, you just got to contend with that high right here. 445 or so, 442. Well, a little break, but you want to see it. You want to see some volume coming in though, also. Yeah, a bit of a spread, 24.37, 27.24, 27.37. If this gets to say 27.40, 27.45, I think maybe that'll get it moving for a bit. But you'd love to see some volume though, also. Yeah, look who's having a bit of a bounce now, guys. Is that blue, BLU? So I guess, keep an eye on it, I suppose, if it takes out 9. But I mean, this got all the way down to almost, well, 821. You see, it's not a crazy low float, 67 million. So it's not a crazy low float situation, but takes out 9. I mean, this is, it's still at 56% where it is. Okay, guys, IGMS on the move. In a big way now. It's funny, ALXO and IGMS have both had pretty nice bounces now. Is Arna moving towards the 100? No. 100 is the buyout, right? What do I make of it? It's being pumped, as Zach says, by Zachs.com, I guess. What do I make? Oh, we don't even have a short float percent. So I'm just looking to see. I had some news. Again, phase 2B. Phase 2B. So, it had some news. It's just, traders getting a hold of it. That's all. Well, we don't have a short float percent, so I'm not sure where you're getting the 78%. That's the word? Oh, okay. Well, if it's the word... it had some news. It had some news today, so... it's like anything else. Low float has some news. Traders get a hold of it and push it higher for a while anyway. Well, if people on their net are saying that, then it must be true, right? I'm not. I do see that even on FinViz, 84%. So it's possible. But other than that, I'm not sure what else I can say. They had some news. It's not, look, the news is phase 1 or. It's a phase 2 announcing the the enrollment of first subject, and you understand this. It's a low float. Traders everywhere will look for any excuse to pile into something. Okay, so here's your announcement: the enrollment of the first subject in phase 2B clinical trial. Okay. So you get some newsroom or some rooms that are, or a newsletter writer or somebody saying, hey, this is really good news, and pumping the heck out of it. Raj, here it is. I'm just posting it right underneath where you can go to the scan section in that home page, okay? I mean, if you're talking about what the significance of the short float percent is, it just means, if we can believe it, that out of the 3.6 million in the float, 85% of it is short. People shorting it thinking it's going to go down. Okay, now from what prices, I don't know. Now all of a sudden, if the stock has a pop for quote unquote news, all these people who are short, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to say, oh, I better cover my position. And then, which further fuels the buying. If that's what you're talking about, that's what can happen, yes. Okay, that's what it means. No insight on that one. I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's the Wall Street bets or just social media getting a hold of it. And I'm talking about the ESSC. Nerds. NRDS, the Nerd Wallet. Almost an all-time low, guys. Another one. More than cut in half. I know I keep saying that, but I mean, look at these IPOs. Got up to 35, 34, 14 now. Even if you take that, well, let's take a look. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 weeks ago, a month and a half ago, got up to 34, but it closed here, 26. You might say, oh, all right, 14 now. HRML. Right symbol? Yeah, it must be, is it HMRL or maybe it's HRL? Yeah, it's probably at Hormel Foods, yeah. Yeah, cross was here, cross is here. Not that far away though, actually, because we have here the cross is at 47.10. It's only 20 cents away on a $46 stock, so it's not that far away. Interesting. Underneath the whole number. Kind of straight up here, so there might be some support down here around 46. All right, the JetBlue, the blue BLU, a lot of volume coming in and touching 9 again. Some volume coming in. What time is it? It is 2:27. So this has another little over 2 minutes to close. So it's not like a startling amount of volume. What we want to see is like a volume bar like that. Otherwise, yeah, it may pop out, but I mean, if there's not follow through enthusiasm, it may just come right back down. Well, if I'm looking at a 15-minute candle, I just look at my computer clock to see how long it's going to take to close it, till the candle actually closes. So that candle, that volume bar right there, it's a 15-minute. I look at my computer clock. It's 14:28 and 30 seconds. Sorry, 14:28, almost 14:29. That means it's just have another minute for this one to close before another volume bar starts. Well, it's just that. I mean, doesn't it make sense? You're going to have different volume for different time. This is cumulative 5 minute or 15 minutes. This is 5 minutes, so these three right there would be that one. If that's what you mean. No, I concentrate mainly on the 5 and the 15. Okay, these are just for, because I'm most of everything I see is either near the high or the low of the day. So now I want to check these out to see, what sort of room there is before it hits the next highs on the higher time frames. I concentrate on these two though. So it's really, don't think of it like I've got to, it's really just these two intraday. Well, guys, the IGMS, that was a nice bounce off that 27. I did not take it. I just was pointing it out. I didn't take it, but I'm basically done trading. If you're wondering, well, why didn't I'm basically done. I mean, I'm just going to point some things out. The only one I'd be maybe, and it would have to be incredible volume coming in, would be the blue, the BLU. What I would love to see is for it to base, get a few bars just underneath 9, and then all of a sudden get a bunch of volume pushing it through. That might get me interested in a late day trade. Other than that, I'm not really looking to do anything right now. Yes. Sorry, guys, my coaster keeps getting stuck to my glass. You see what's happening? I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's not bad, but you'd want some volume, like on the blue, on the 15 minute, you'd want some volume like this at least. You know, just really push it through and keep it running for a while anyway. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end of another day. So before I vacate the room, one last look at my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So of course you can take out a subscription right here. Here's a promo code you can use, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week. This is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. All the education, free. Predominantly about using trade ideas, you know, the big user guide and the introductory lessons, daily support sessions in our YouTube room when I take my break at 12. And also, don't forget, Chris will be there. If you still need to, oops, just a second. Yeah, if you still want to keep trading, I will shut the room, or just talking about trading, etc. I shut the room down at 3. Chris opens the YouTube room again at 3:30. And he goes to 4:30. That's every Monday to Friday. And the daily webinar. So this week there's only the one, Tuesday. The Thursday one is canceled. Okay. And next week we're back. Next week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. So it's Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here. But just remember, there is a rotation. So this week there's only one on Tuesday. And then back to basics, guys. Back to basics. You know, you're new to trading or need a refresher. Great little series. All free. And if you want my scans, click on my link. And here is the scan section. Here are some of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, and this is what I use. People ask all the time, what do you use in the pre-market? Gap up, gap down share. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, I almost guarantee, get the question all the time, hey, how come this stock didn't show up on my scanner? I can almost guarantee if you use mine, they'll show up. Almost guarantee it. So a lot of information. These two sections, save my link, and then you can look at all that information whenever you want. Well, I start at 8 o'clock, okay? So I go from 8 to 3, and then Chris takes over at 3:30. He might start doing it at 3. He's just got he has to do something, unfortunately, right at 3. So we'll see down the road. However, I haven't had a new alert for a while now. So my watch list is made up. Once the market closes, I have a bunch of scans I take a look at. Okay, and I click on all the different alerts that I get. Some of them most of them are from top lists, and I click on an alert, or click on a symbol, I check the chart, see if I think there might be some room for it to run. If I do think so, then it'll be in my watch list. I mean that's one criteria. Ah, there's the PFE. Took a while, but it's starting to move down. All right, and then in the pre-market, I take a look at some of the stuff that I think might move. And so they go into my watch list, and then these two alert windows, they extract stocks from the watch list if they meet certain filter requirements. And one of the main ones, in the watch list up has to be above yesterday's high. Okay, that's one of the main ones. And so every night, the watch list, well, not necessarily will every single symbol change. Remember now, these are the stocks that were extracted from the list. There might be 30 or 40 stocks in the list. Of course, I don't want them all to trigger too many. So some stocks will remain tomorrow if I think the setup in terms of the longer term looks decent. If not, I delete them. So there's always going to be a mix of some old ones and some new ones coming in. That's the symbol list called Best WL, exactly. Standing for, of course, Best Watch List. Well, guys, let's see, 2:39, so another 20 minutes or so. Good time for questions. Not me, Dak. I'm done. I'm just waiting. Oh, we had a halt. SEAC just got halted. SEAC. Ah, this is underneath $1. Interesting. So some volume came in. December 14th post-market. So supposedly they release earnings after hours tomorrow. Bienvenue, Tintin. Well, let's see. What could this open at? 98, 98. So it's halted at 95. So 98, 98. Maybe that's where it's going to open. For some reason, yeah, a lot of volume came in. See, look at the blue, guys. Looked interesting, didn't it? Over 9. Didn't it look interesting? Okay, maybe now. Look at the volume. I kept saying, want to you got to get some volume. Maybe that one. That sort of a volume thrust. You don't get that volume thrust. I mean, it can just do exactly what it just did. You'll probably save a lot of money by not jumping the gun. Just kind of waiting. You might have to give up 10 or 20 cents in some of these, but you'll have a. To me, you need a confirmation. What is Bitcoin right now, guys? I see BITO is just making another big move down here. All-time low now, 7% below. That's the big Bitcoin ETF, 45.7. Wow. Thank you, Eagle Guy. Hey, tomorrow I'm waiting for your. We need another one from you. That's going to drop about $40. Okay, no pressure, but $11 down. Wow. I guess everything in perspective, though. I mean, what is it up for the year still? Not Ethereum, but say Bitcoin. What is it up for the year? Winter is coming. Gotta be a Game of Thrones. Yeah, somebody posted that regarding Russia and Bitcoin. I don't know if they banned it or they said funds couldn't buy it or something. SIAC, let's see, a merger talks, yes. Merger talks. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, right here. Funds can't buy crypto. Thank you, Zach. One hundred forty-eight thousand. 148%. Okay, thanks. So everything in perspective. I mean, yeah, from 65. Wow, look at this thing. This thing just opened. 118. Did not see that coming. That was not a project. Wow, look at this. 126 now. And now just got halted again. 126 got halted again. So now, when we saw this halted at what, 98 cents or something, or 96 cents, and the projected open was looking like 98. And now, so it actually opened at about $1.05, and now interesting. Yeah, this is the Thriller said in Sea Change. All right, don't look now, but Sigma has put in a little bit of a pop here. But guys, it's so volatile. But Sigma has put in a big pop on volume. Look at the volume that came in on the 2-minute chart. All right, guys. All I'm really doing now is just waiting for the end. No, I have some thumbnail charts, just kind of keeping an eye on them, seeing if there's anything interesting happening in some of those thumbnail charts. DAC, really? PTPI? Let's take a look at PTPI. Oh, just into the close. Into the close. You don't mean holding it overnight. Well, let's see. The high right here is 438, so. All right, well, if this is a 5-minute halt like the last time, this will open in about 1 minute. We're talking about the CEAC. Boy, out of nowhere. I mean, just absolutely out of nowhere. Slumbering at 77 cents. Basically all day. All right, let's see where this one is going to open. This is going to open in a little over 10 seconds. If it is a 5-minute halt. So let's watch this, see how this opens. There's a projection, 134, 134. There it is. Still pretty strong. And again, that is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Just time and sales. Yeah, so much for holding it into the end of the day. That changed pretty quickly. All right, guys. Wow, look at that SGMA. Look at, okay. I wonder what's happening here. We're getting some weird posts in the our YouTube room. Just deleting them, deleting them, deleting them. Not vulgar or anything, just not making any sense. All right, see you tomorrow, Dak. I don't understand your question. Help on how to build a custom chat. I don't understand your question, Briggs. It's possible, Tank. Oh, custom scan. Okay. Well, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help. If I can't help, I'll direct you to somebody else. I do not, LD. No, I don't trade. I don't trade any ETFs whatsoever. Nothing wrong with trading ETFs, the SPY or the Qs or anything else. I just don't. I just rather trade individual stocks. So Briggs, just give me an idea about what you're looking for, and maybe I can help you. And if I can't, I will. Maybe one of the other traders might be able to help, and I'll just send you over there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, tell me what the criteria. I have pre-market scans, so. Here's another one, guys. Some of these stocks. KC, not quite a lifetime low. It's had a sort of a bit of a decent day is Lucid. LCID. I mean, for it, this is bounced off that 36 up to 39. Still, I mean, I don't know. Hard to trade intraday, in my opinion. So Briggs, I'm waiting. What are your criteria? No, well, I'm looking at. I mean, look at GME and AMC. I mean, sure. Where is the support? Unless there's some stunning news, coming for AMC. Ticket sales galore. I mean, look at that weekly chart. I mean, the next low is way down here. Remember, this is the month. I'm sorry, that's not the month. Yeah, so this came that month that it all started. I mean, this stock at one point was about 225 and it got up to 20 that month. That was when it all the craziness started. So Briggs, I don't. Can you hear me? Oh, here we go. Okay, so pre-market is okay. Gap percentage is going to be the same as change from the close. So I mean that's all pretty simple. Are you only looking for the ones going up? I don't know what FS percentage means. I don't know what that is. So what do you mean by volume factor? Are you talking about our relative volume? If you're talking about our relative volume, it doesn't work in the pre-market. Well, listen, why don't I give you what I use and you can adjust it? I mean, pretty easily. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So for instance, this is what I use in the pre-market, okay? So here are all of the, here are a bunch of different columns, okay? So for instance, if you're looking for, so this is what it's looking for right now. So you could add, like the price, like what price do you want? Let me just duplicate this. Yeah, so relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, okay, first of all. Volume percent does. So I've got things like that. I've got the float, I've got the short float percent, some of the things you're looking for. Obviously, I've got price. But if you want to add them as filters, you just have to add them. Like put whatever values you want. Right now, in this, all I've got is, I have the price. So there's your gap, as you call it, the gap, okay? If you want it, but so if you want to add an ATR as a filter, you can do it. So for instance, if I can't tell you what numbers to use, of course, but here's the average true range, dollars. Okay, well gap is the same as change from the close. Okay, remember the market hasn't opened yet, pre-market, so the gap is exactly the same as the change from the close. So if I added the average true range, like what would you want it to be? What would you want the minimum to be, as an example? I mean, I can't tell you what to use. Okay, so 0.5, all right, so 0.5, okay. Okay, what volume, what minimum volume do you want? Maybe instead of my asking you one by one, tell me what minimum float you want, or maximum float, float percent, give me all those values. And what price range? I mean, you can do all this. I mean, if I give you this, do you not know how to, you could just go and add the filters yourself? And that is your gap, okay? Remember, the change from the close and the gap percent are exactly the same in the pre-market. Well, if you don't know how to use trade, okay, have you taken the, have you looked at the 20 lessons? Like most of the things that you want, all you have to do is search, okay? So you wanted float. Here's our short float percent, here's our float. I mean, to me, all you're looking for is some basic stuff. I mean, if you look at every single filter and every single alert we have, sure, it can be very overwhelming. But for instance, if you said, well, I only want the float to be a maximum of, 20 million. So there it is. If I want the short float to be a minimum of 15%, there it is. I wonder if you've taken, okay, I think you have to take a look at the top list or the 20 lessons. Okay, get yourself, take a look at the 20 lessons, all right? That tells you all about top lists and alert windows, etc. If you're just starting out, do yourself a favor and take a look at the 20 lessons before you do anything else. Okay? Because it shows you, what is a top list, how to create one, what is an alert window, how to create one. It's not going to tell you, well, what filters to use, because that's up to you. There's all sorts of different trading styles. And all sorts of, and that's why we have a lot of different alerts and filters. But you don't have to learn them all. But what you just asked for, you could just easily right-click, configure, and search for all those things that you were looking for. All right, but I would take a look at the 20 lessons before you do anything else. Otherwise, you're just going to get stymied. Okay? Also, once you've done that, then you can start drilling down into our user guide to find specific things. So I just put my home page in there. So when you click on that link, we've got a very, very comprehensive user guide. You don't have to learn everything. But for instance, in the user guide, if you click on the user guide, it is broken into sections, okay? So, you could start off, what's an alert window, a top list window, alerts and filters, things like that. Yeah, there's a learning curve, of course. And then this is a fully searchable, comprehensive user guide. But I would start off with the 20 lessons first. That gives you an outline, an overview of all of the basic features of trade ideas. Now the other thing, if you hang around, well, I'm going to shut this room down, okay? But at 3:30, you can head back into the YouTube room, okay? Chris will be there, and you can ask him questions also. He's there from 3:30 to 4:30, and I'm sure he'd be glad to help you. Not that I can't, but I'm shutting down right now. And at 3:30, Chris will be there. So you could always just come back to the room at 3:30. All right, guys, I think that's it. About 23 minutes exactly. 3:30 Eastern time, of course. All right, guys, I think that is it. I'll start the process of shutting the room down. Thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The room will be open at maybe a little bit earlier, but certainly by 8 o'clock. And I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock, okay? So have a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow.